Hello, everybody, and welcome to Under Pressure. This is Splatchord's first Splatoon 3 tournament and first Splatoon tournament in general. My name is Flyer. I am joined here by Time. Time, how are you on this fantastic Sunday?
Well, I am feeling very under pressure. Reference to the hit tournament Under Pressure that is actually happening right now. I'm really excited to see everything that's been going on. I've actually been helping a lot with seeding this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of the seeding and speaking of the teams, there are over 130 teams who have entered into this tournament, making up, I believe, 8 Swiss brackets. That's crazy.
Right? It's actually insane. Going through it was definitely really stressful trying to get everything organized, making sure everyone's checked into Battlefy. Just so much going on. And then you have a bunch of last second drops. And Blackett took a little while to come out, so this is why we're a little late today.
Well, hey, we're going to get some good matches coming your way shortly, but let's talk a little bit about the layout of the tournament today. Again, we have 134 teams, I believe, that are registered, or maybe somewhere around that ballpark. I don't know. You kind of lose count when it's over 100. But we have 8 Swiss brackets that these teams will be playing in, around 16 teams each, and they will be playing in a play all three. They'll be playing in 4 play all 3 sets, correct?
Yes. They'll be going through and playing every single match, not a best of 3.
Yeah, so we're gonna have, I think, 12 games total for your Swiss brackets, and then there are gonna be, I believe, how many? Let's see, how many brackets, post brackets, are there gonna be? There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 brackets that a team can then make to move on, with Mariana being the top bracket. So the top 2 teams from each Swiss group will be making up that top bracket into a single elimination stage.
Yeah, it's going to be very exciting. The 5th bracket was actually a last-minute addition. So many teams playing, it just seems like such a shame that so many would be kicked out after the Swiss stage.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be really competitive, and you think, like, hey, I mean, with 120, 130 plus teams, you want to make sure that you have every opportunity for a team to play on. And, that's kind of the beauty of the Swiss stage. You go through the motions, and then you're fit to where you're going to maybe be best suited in the bracket. So, of course, all the teams are going to play their Swiss groups, and the real competition then starts at the bracket stage. But of course, we know that we're gonna see some really good Swiss games first.
Definitely. The Swiss games will be going through will be teams that are not going to make top bracket, but are still very skilled and deserve to be seen.
Yeah, and I mean, hey, anything can happen in tournaments like these, so we don't really know for sure who's going to be at the top. But kind of how this tournament is laid out too, it's an open invite tournament. Any team can sign up, any player can sign up too. And I believe we had a lot of individuals who were interested in playing in a Splatoon tournament. They haven't really had the experience to play in a competitive tournament, or don't really have an established team. And I think you said earlier before stream, we have over 50 teams who are just made up of all like, we call them solo queue pickups, right?
Yes. So how this tournament worked was you could sign up via a Google form if you were alone and didn't have a team, and we would put you with a team that had all the roles that you needed, and et cetera, and we would go through and put every single one of those people into that team. We had like over 100 players register, and we made 58 teams out of all of them.
Yeah, that is so crazy. That's over 200 people who are interested in playing, but hey, they needed to have a team, and this is the beautiful part of it, especially coming from a Discord server with over 55,000 people as a part of it, and especially having this be the first major tournament that that stems from this Discord server and that we're presenting to you. This is a fantastic show for a bunch of new players, for returning players too. We have a lot of teams here who are very familiar faces to the competitive scene, like we mentioned, Jackpot. I mean, we just have a lot of teams here today.
Yes, definitely. A lot of fresh faces and a lot of new teams. This tournament is, because of how many brackets there are and how Swiss will be going, it's actually quite beginner friendly, if you can believe it. Despite having such top level threats, they will be going into a top level bracket.
Yeah, and I mean, that's kind of the beautiful part of how the Swiss works, the post part of Swiss, where you are then put in a bracket, because that's, again, where the real competition is. But again, 8 Swiss groups, 16 roughly teams per the Swiss per each group, and then the
Just going
the
through, yeah.
yeah.
Especially some groups, of course, a lot of people we had a lot of drops. Um, we went from like 146 teams down to 126 now, I think. And so putting all these teams in groups definitely highlighted, oh my god, we're having such a huge tournament. It's so hard to keep track of everybody. It's just, I'm happy that everything's launching somewhat smoothly. We did have to start a little late, but it's nice to be here.
Yeah, and I mean, especially you mentioned the struggles of seeding, and especially when you have newer players who maybe you don't know their experience, maybe they don't even know their experience too. You kind of have to rely on what's presented, and I know in part of the questionnaire is, what is your skill level? Because you want to be put with teams with players who are kind of around your skill level too. You don't want to be thrown in there with somebody who maybe they're well outside of your skill range, so you want to make sure that you as a unit are as competitively viable with each other. So I can just imagine the struggle of the seeding with that.
Definitely. You'd be surprised how many X ranks from Splatoon 2 we actually have in here, and how many people are above S+10 that signed up for this. Because a lot of people, they don't have competitive results, but they have played a lot of solo queue, and that's where they put them.
Yeah, and of course with Splatoon 3 just kind of having Anarchy Open, Anarchy Series as a way to kind of judge individual performance right now. Again, we don't really have X rank yet, so there's no hard metric that you could use to kind of judge players. So you do rely on a little bit of the Splatoon 2 factors that go into it, but with Splatoon 3 being a brand new game, there's a whole lot of changes that go into play.
Definitely, like the squid roll mechanic, squid surge mechanics, just how N-lag works in this game now, new specials, new everything. Splatoon 2 rank doesn't necessarily translate one-to-one into Splatoon 3 rank, but it's definitely a good guideline on how good you could be, especially like, oh, hey, I'm X2400, is more valued than, oh, hey, I'm S+ in Splatoon 3.
Right, yeah, exactly. It's it's so different because especially you have players who can get to S+50, who maybe weren't even X rank in Splatoon 2, and then you could have top level players who are potentially not even touching Anarchy Series just because we have just because they're too busy doing scrims, too busy doing their individual matches and stuff.
Yeah, definitely. And, what you said about time, Splatoon 3 is still a new game. I know it's been a few months, but not everyone has the time to grind out S+50, S+30, going through it. And the ranking system in Splatoon 3, I found, is you only have to win 50-something% of your matches in order to rank up. So it's not quite like X rank, where you could raise and lose rank depending on your matches.
Right, exactly. You're just going to be pretty much always moving up. So again, it's hard to judge. It's hard to kind of create that criteria of where you should be. But hey, after today, there might be a better understanding. But hey, let's talk about the teams that are coming up first in our first set. We have Ika Inc. versus Ghost, who will be going head to head.
Yes, so Ika Inc. is a already established competitive team, and Ghost is actually one of our solo teams that we put together.
Yeah, and so we see 5 players on each side. They may be swapping out in between games. We'll find out. But let's take a look at the maps and modes that we'll be starting off with today. We're going to be starting off with Tower Control on Macomart, then moving on to Rainmaker on Mincemeat Metalworks, and then ending it with Clam Blitz on Undertow Spillway. So we're going to be starting off with the stage that we're well familiar with in Splatoon 2 with Tower Control. How do you feel about that time?
Tower Control, I feel like, well, not Tower Control specifically, but Macomart is actually a fan favorite. A lot of people really love how Macomart has a lot of routes around the sides of the stacks and the boxes. And Tower Control especially, I feel like it's kind of anyone's game up until that second checkpoint. And once you hit that second checkpoint and go through, it's really hard to get that lead back.
Certainly. And then looking forward to game number 2, we have Rainmaker on Mincemeat Metalworks. You know, I am very pleased with how Rainmaker has been working out in Splatoon 3 with having the checkpoints. Now, this is a tricky one. You can go up mid to get to the podium and go across grates, can be pretty risky, or you can take the longer, more conservative side and go towards the right. So, you know, it's always a game time scenario, game time situation of what you want to do in that position.
There is a killer shortcut on Mincemeat Metalworks, and I don't know if the solo team actually knows this, but you can jump up on the checkpoint, the first checkpoint on the left side by the grates. You can actually jump up through it and get an instant 30-point lead.
Well, before that, let's hop into our first game that we have for today. Tower Control and Macamart, Ika Inc. versus Ghost. Let's get the ball rolling.
All right. We'll have Ghost on the right with a Splatling, Range Blaster, Blob Blobber, and Hero Shot, and Ika Inc. on the left with another Range Blaster, a Hydra Splatling, ends up in Splashmatic.
That's right, and right now, just trying to get a feel for control. It looks like Ika Inc. is going to have 2 players that are going to be going down, and it looks like we actually do have a DC early on in our first match of the game, so we will be, it looks like we might be resetting this one to see if we can. Yep, they're gonna they're gonna sort some things out there while we try and get these trying to get all the players back in.
Well, I suppose that's why you have 5 members. You can always press Alt sticks down and the left and right bumper as well as the left and right buttons to hold it down for 3 seconds and end the match instantly. So that is a really nice thing that Splatoon 3 has added for private battles.
Yeah, oh my gosh, that is a blessing in this game. That is a TO's blessing, especially on some modes like Clam Blitz, where you actually have to play the objective the whole time, and you have to work to do it. It's not like Tower Control, you can just sit on the tower zones where you can just paint it and have it count down, or Rainmaker where you just need one person to do it. So yeah, definitely a feature that we're happy to see in this game.
Especially because a lot of tournaments have rules about, oh, hey, you have to be before 3 minutes and you can't have pushed it past 50. So if you have a DC, that's what happens. And, you know, you could just instantly end the match instead of letting a team knock it out. It's just so much more faster, convenient, helps making faster matches. And speaking of which, looks like we're actually going back in.
All right, so take 2 with this match between Ika Inc. versus Ghost. Again, comps not really changing per the rules. So, you know, I do like the choice of the Wave Breaker. I do like the Range Blaster. And then, oh yeah, we do see a Range Blaster on both sides. That's going to be pretty crucial, and definitely a weapon that we've seen a lot in Splatoon 3.
Definitely. I mean, I feel like Tower Controls is definitely where Range Blaster shines best. You can hit around corners with it, you can get on tower, you can get those lethal directs. It definitely requires a lot of skill. That being said, 3 go down on the side of Ika Inc., so it looks like Ghost is actually pushing forward.
Yeah, and look at that, the crab on the tower. That is not a position you want to have if you're Ika Inc., having the crab up there. But they don't get past that first checkpoint. It was very close, getting all the way to 74, but they couldn't quite pull it off. But Ghost still not letting go of any of their map control that they had during the game. And with that, they get right back to that first checkpoint. With the help of the Booyah Bomb, 2 more players are going to go down on Ika Inc.
I'm very surprised that this solo team is actually doing so well here in this scenario. They've only had a limited amount of time to play together and practice, but that time together has paid off tremendously. They're putting out a tremendous amount of pressure onto them and moving forward with them.
That's right, and now they are trying to push this back towards mid as they as the tower is now going to be going back towards mid. Ghost now on the tower for the first time, getting some points. Can they get past this checkpoint? They'll need to do that if they want to take the lead. They are in a decent position, but not without some of these Ika Inc. members flanking and getting around the side. 2 players from Ghost are going to be going down, so Ika Inc. with a nice stop to prevent the tower. This is such a close game, just 2 minutes in.
Definitely. Both teams are really neck and neck. Neither of them are past that first checkpoint, so it's still anybody's game.
It is indeed, and look at the map control right now by Ghost. Even though they don't have the lead, they've been using their splatter shot as a painter, in their blob as a painter as well, to try and get these flanks and get these kills. That's going to be a nice takedown here by the Hydra, as this tower's now going to be pushing forward again. So Ika Inc. really needing to get past this checkpoint, and they might be able to do this with 2 players down and even more map control than where they had before. They are going to get it. They are going to make their lead a little more comfortable. So Ghost really going to need something up their sleeve if they want to stop this push.
Definitely, especially with the Hydra and Crab combo on left stack, it's just unapproachable for them. They're definitely not able to move in. They're pushed up all the way in their base, and this is looking like it might be a knockout scenario, getting to that 3rd checkpoint on Mako.
You know, this is the hard part. Whichever team you are, too. If you're Ika Inc., you want to get on that tower right away. You kind of want to feed in. If you're Ghost, you need to do everything you possibly can to stop that tower. And it looks like Ghost, they do stop the tower with trying to chase one of these Ika Inc. members out towards the right side. They are going to be jumping out of the field of play. And now Ghost back at mid. But here's the thing. They want to try and get some of these picks like they have. They have 2 players down now on Ika Inc. if they want to try and extend this lead, but with these crab battles, it is making it that much more difficult.
Looks like that crab actually got destroyed by the Inkzuka. But this splash, it's still a deadly weapon, even without the crab. Barely being taken out by Ghost there.
And now Ghost with just about a minute and a half left. They did have the tower, but they are going to be losing it to Ika Inc. Now the Hydra from Ika Inc. is back on the tower, but they were the ones leading the path. So as soon as they jump off the tower, they're going to be jumping out of play. Ghost now on the tower, 3v3. Ghost getting some picks, a 2v2. So we're seeing all these 1v1 scenarios that are going on. But right now, this is Ika Inc.'s game to lose. They need to keep up this pressure if they want to win this match.
Definitely, especially losing that knockout. While getting to the 3rd checkpoint on Mako Mart means you're definitely in the prime position to win. It is not a guaranteed win, and you need to defend like your life depends on it. That being said, Ghost gets a wipeout on Ika Inc., and this is going to extend their lead quite a bit, maybe even getting them to that 2nd checkpoint.
This is exactly what they needed at this time in particular, too. But what's going to be tricky is getting past the 2nd checkpoint, and now there's just 1 player alive. It's the Blaster. The Blaster's going to be hiding. They're not down yet, but this Crab is chasing them down. Blaster versus Crab. Who's going to get it? It looks like it is going to be the Blaster who was the Splash-O-Matic. So a potentially game-saving push there from Ika Inc. as Putz is going to be getting 2 players down now. This is looking a lot more comfortable for Ika Inc. as they are going to be sailing to where they got before. Ghost's going to need to try and throw all their specials on this tower.
Yeah, that wipeout was definitely key. Oh, and the wipeout on Ghost definitely seals their fate.
And with that, it looks like Ika Inc. is going to be winning the first game, but not without a very competitive first 2 minutes. So much back and forth. And honestly, to see something like that in game 1 of round 1 of a 120-plus Swiss stage team, like, that is incredible.
Definitely. And also on top of that, Ghost is one of the solo queue teams that we actually put in. So the fact that they're able to push like to that, the fact that they're able to be so competitive against an actually established team is incredible to me. And it just shows that they had time together and they still can put up a fight. They didn't get knocked out.
No, not at all. And I mean, we have, like we said, a bunch of different skill levels for all the players who are playing today. And there are some maps and modes that work really well in particular for you. With this being a Splatoon 2 map, it could be a stage that somebody has had a lot of practice against. It could be a stage that somebody just never really enjoyed in Splatoon 2 and didn't play it as much. So a lot of variables kind of go into play with all of the games that we have today.
Definitely. Well, you do know that the next match, you won't have a problem of disliking it from Splatoon 2 because it's a Splatoon 3 map. That being said, I do know a lot of people don't really like mincemeat.
Yeah, I mean, mincemeat, I get it mixed up, honestly, a lot with, I believe, it's literally the stage that is that is similar to it. I believe that is Eeltail. just because it's structured very similarly. But the mincemeat, it's a harder stage. It's once again going to kind of favor the backline weapons too. What's going to be tricky is how you position yourself, especially with all these grates. I play blaster, so if I'm able to jump up on these ledges and shoot through the grates, that's something that can help kind of enhance your lead or enhance your gameplay too. But again, with Rainmaker on grates, it's tricky because you're always vulnerable.
Yes, definitely. With Blaster, like you could shoot through those grates and get directs. I feel like aiming at someone's feet, it's kind of like Camp Triggerfish in a way, but more toned down for Splatoon 3. For me, I like playing Chargers, so Mincemeat is a very fun stage for me.
All right, and let's hop into game 2, and let's see if Ghost can make that comeback to win this game, or if Ika Inc. will be taking this one for victory.
All right, so on the right, we actually have Ghost this time. And it looks like they're actually bringing a double backline, Jet Squelcher and Splatling.
Yeah, and then on the side of Ika Inc., we do have the V Pro that's going to be coming out for the first time this game too. And 2 players are already going to be going down for Ika Inc. As this is one of those modes where it's hard. You really want to make sure you have a player advantage before you can make that push, especially in a vulnerable position like this. But it's going to be hard to push that Rainmaker.
Most certainly, especially with double backline. Backline is all about defense, but to have double backline and be successful with it, I found that you need a lot more aggression, and I don't know I don't know how successful that's going to be.
Yeah, exactly. Now with that, I believe it was Ika Inc. who made that push to 50, as they're going to be pushing this up even more. Look at this! Look at that aggressive push, getting all the way to 15, only being able to be stopped by the brush. Ika Inc. had some of the players chasing them, trying to help support, but in that situation, if you think you can get away with it, you might as well bring the Rainmaker all the way as far as you possibly can. And with that, now Ghost's going to be picking up the Rainmaker, trying to take it down towards the right side, as they do drop it towards the right side of mid, kind of resetting this field of play right now. And
Definitely.
2 players of them are going to go down, and now
no.
3. Oh, but they're not going to get to the podium in time.
Yeah, that's such a shame. But when 3 players went down on the side of Ghost, they just needed to push up as much as they could, and that's what they did in that scenario.
Yeah, you got to get the Rainmaker out of there. And what was tricky is Ghost took it around the side too. That would have been really dangerous if there was an Ika Inc. member who was able to stop them at that point. But now 3 players going to be down on Ika Inc. as Ghost is going to be picking it up once again, opting to take it towards his right side with the support of the Jet Squelcher, able to get that dunk in pretty cleanly. And now we do have a Zipcaster coming from Ghost, who's trying to take out the backline members. 2 players now from Ghost going to be going down, 3 players down. It's just going to be the brush. Ooh, that's going to be a good cleanup for Ika Inc.
Good cleanup, which means they'll be able to get that out of their base and push forward back into mid, get more control, and try to play a bit more defensively, because it is still their game to lose. 15 is a solid lead, but it is no knockout.
No, exactly, and it really helps too that Ghost did get past that checkpoint. That's one less thing that you have to worry about in this stage. You know, that's always going to be priority number 1 is getting to the checkpoint. Priority number 2 is just winning right now. And Ika Inc. trying to pick up this Rainmaker, going to be pushing it. Once again, kind of doing a soft reset at mid-ish, I guess. It's something like that. It's going to go down a little before me, but that's okay. What I like about Ghost, though, is they're not letting go of the aggression that they have been showing. They are still pushing forward full force, knowing that they got past this checkpoint. They could have any opportunity to get picks, to get a wipeout if they want to try and win. And look at this flank from the Zipcaster, who's actually, I don't know if it's the Zipcaster who got them or not, but that was a really good play.
I think that the job of an Octobrush is to be annoying. And right now, with the Zipcaster, they are being annoying. They're being distracting. They're able to help their team get more control and keep more of it.
And with just about a minute and a half left, Ika Inc. struggling when they have the Rainmaker, struggling to push forward because of this aggression from Ghost. But Ghost they've been in this situation before where they push a little too much that a lot of their players tend to go down, and when you're left with just one player alive, it's going to be really hard to defend. You're going to be the target that everybody is shooting at. So if you can work well together to try and get these pushes in, it's going to work that much better for you. Now, Ice is going to be carrying the Rainmaker, opting to take it over these middle grates, but now just playing the conservative game, making sure players from Ghost aren't able to push forward with the support of some of their members pushed up very far ahead.
Definitely. I mean, it's their game, really. They can push up and get more points, or they can just defend. And it looks like the best way to keep your enemy out of mid is to spawn camp them. And that is what that's what Ika Inc. is trying to do here. And they actually get a wipeout, which means they could knock it out in these last 15 seconds.
They could, either way, if they do or don't, they're setting themselves up to be in a very good position, just because they know if Ghosts want to try and win this game, they're going to have to pick up the Rainmaker right now with this one Jet Squelcher player, whereas Ika Inc. has maybe a few more players at their disposal, but remember, you're going to be respawning right by this Rainmaker, so they're going to be picking it up. Unfortunately, when you pick it up on the grates, oh, that is such a hard spot to progress the Rainmaker. So the positioning there from Ika Inc. Was immaculate. I mean, if you're going to not get the knockout, if you can at least go down on the grates where you're going to make Ghost work that much harder to pick up the Rainmaker, that is how you set yourself up for defense.
Definitely. It's a very dangerous position to leave the Rainmaker in, so there's a lot of strategy involved with that. I do think that putting them in like that, just having it on that grate with such a dangerous position, and there's a blaster, it's a recipe for disaster, and that's really just what happened.
Yeah, and again, with this being a play all three, we will be seeing a game 3 between Ghost and Ika Inc. We will see if Ghost can bring this one back home and get a win. You know, this one looked much better for Ika Inc. being in control pretty much the entire game. I did like the aggression from Ghost during like halfway through the match when they just kept up the pressure, but it seems like they couldn't really win their 1v1s, and ultimately knockouts are important, or getting wipeouts is very important, but extremely important in a mode like Rainmaker where you can really just progress and get that score down.
Yeah, I do know that this next match will probably go in the favor of Ika Inc., who is much better at winning their 1v1s, because Undertow Spillway is one of those maps where the middle is a bottleneck. And when you get 1v1, you win your 1v1s, you get picks, that's what gets you control. Like, mid is just, you have the perches on either side, and then they're unequal. So there's very limited turf, and the people who win their 1v1s will be able to get through it. That's just how it goes, really.
Yeah, I mean, exactly. And I mean, that's probably the most important takeaway, especially for teams who maybe you haven't really been playing with each other very often, but it's going to make your 1v1s that much more important if you're playing it kind of like a solo queue-esque style of gameplay where maybe your communication isn't there, you haven't had a lot of time practicing with your teams. So kind of just slaying in general is going to be a very viable strategy.
Definitely, especially a lot of low-level competitive players struggle to pull themselves out of that solo queue mindset.
And let's take a look at these comps for this last game. We are going to see the Zipcaster come back out, and we are going to see we're going to see, what else do we have? We have the vanilla splat, the ink brush. I don't know why it took forever for me to think of that name.
Okay. Yeah, ink brush versus octobrush. Well, ink brush is actually really strong on Clam Blitz because you could just run around the map, grab some clams, and it doesn't matter if the area is covered in enemy ink because you could actually just run up and right up to their basket and get those clams in.
Yeah,
just really lead for Ika Ink.
Just like what we saw. So that is going to be the aggression that Ika Inc. Is going to need for this game. Ghosts have to be aware of their brush player from Ika Inc. You're going to getting a power claim and scoring that quickly. This is going to be a rough one for Ghosts. And now Now, Ghost still trying to clean up a little bit on defense. Even though Ika Inc. didn't have much to follow up with their power claim, they still had a good amount of map control. So it's gonna be a struggle for Ghost if they want to try and get this.
Definitely. I know in my experience when we have Clam Blitz, oh, a nice direct from that range blaster. But in my experience, anything more than the single power clam should be enough to get you more momentum. And we can see that Ika Inc. is just pushed way up to the basket. Ghost is having a lot of trouble getting them away from there.
Yeah, when you just keep up this aggression, it's going to be tricky, and you, again, really have to watch that brush player because you never know where they're going to be coming from. You never know when they're going to have a power clam. And sometimes it's just really hard to pay attention to the top. You see that they have 7. When are they going to pick up their 8th? Who knows? So once you can control the ink brush on ink, you can kind of take it from there to take down members one by one. And with that, Ghost now trying to push towards mid and actually getting very close to the basket. Unfortunately, 3 of their players are going to go down, so it's not going to quite be the push that they were hoping that they would get.
Yeah, and there's Ika Inc. with another score right back up to their basket, popping their specials so they can keep control and get more of those clams in. A lead of 22 on Clam Blitz is really substantial. Even if Ghost wipes them out, they still probably won't be able to... Oh! They still probably won't be able to come back from this with that blaster throwing their power clam, not realizing the basket was still open.
Yeah, you know, that's all part of this. You really have to be aware of what's going on. It's great when you get the team wipe, but when you push too early like that, when the basket's not going to be down, nothing's gonna go through, and unfortunately, you're going to be the first target that the enemy team is going to try and fight against. But with that's actually going to be a wipeout on Ika Inc. And this is the push that Ghost needed. Able to get some power claims in. They missed one. I don't think it would have been for the lead, but oh man. I love the aggression from their team. They seem to get it figured out, but you know, it's hard when there's 22 remaining and you have to try and fight that, and you're all pushing the clams at the same time because you're going to have to go back and get more clams at that point, and it's going to be very tricky. But Ika Inc. very quick to respawn as they're now pushing towards the Ghost side of the basket, throwing the Booyah Bomb, pushing in 2 players down on both teams. But Ika Inc. going to be scoring
3 power clams.
Another power clam in, yeah.
Yeah. While that other power clam did just despawn, they have the clams for the push, and it looks like they get them all in and knock it out.
Yeah, so Ika Inc. Very back and forth game, kind of towards the second half. I thought Ika Inc. was going to kind of get a 2-push KO based on how the game started, maybe a 3-push. But getting the wipeout on Ika Inc. When you're a Ghost, that is what you needed. But again, it's so hard to do that, to try and counter that 22. But after that push, Ika Inc., they just seem to go right towards the basket and just seal the deal and get the win.
Yeah, and that's really how Clam Blitz goes. You wait for maybe this Clam Blitz game actually surprised me because most Clam Blitz games, you don't really see a score until maybe 3 minutes in. When with Clam Blitz, it's more of a play defense until it's time for offense. And Ika Inc. was just so on the offensive that Ghost didn't have a lot of opportunity until they got those wipeouts to get them out.
Yeah, again, with this being the first match, the first round of Swiss, there's we're probably going to see a lot of 3-0s across the Battlefy board. That's just kind of the nature of it. But again, as we go through, these matches are going to be more competitive. So while we are waiting for the other matches to finish up, we're going to take a quick break and get you guys set for round 2. You guys don't want to go anywhere. Stay tuned and tune in to see the rest of the matches.
Hello and welcome back to Under Pressure, Splatcord's first tournament. We're about to get into the second round of Swiss groups.
Yeah, we saw a really good matchup between Ika Inc. and Ghost. Ika Inc. winning that one 3-0. And like we mentioned kind of in that previous set, it was hard for Ghost to really make that push to try and score some power claims. I know we were talking a little bit about this time in between, and you brought up that Ghost had a really good push attempt, but Ika Inc. They're trying to make some funny jumps in order to catch Ghost members off guard.
Definitely. Ika Inc. In that last battle, you could definitely see how they were trying to run in and do some funny stealth jump memes. It didn't work out for them, which gave Ghost the opportunity to finally score. But even if they'd thrown in that power clam, it still wouldn't have mattered because a power clam is versus 20 points versus throwing all the clams individually where they're worth 3 points each.
Yeah, that's right. But like you said, we're going to be getting our next set headed shortly. I know our TOs are hard at work handling all the matches, because there are so many matches that need to happen in order for every round to go through. So there's
also a lot of people who are very unfamiliar with Battlefy. So there's a lot of problems with people maybe not reporting scores correctly or thinking every match is going to be commentated and stuff like that. So we just need to help get everything smoothed over nicely and move on to the second bracket. So hopefully there won't be such a long wait for the second and third group, but we can't guarantee.
Hey, we'll see. But I want to talk a little bit about the Splatfest that's coming up. That's something we haven't really touched up on. That is going to be the second official Splatfest for Splatoon 3. Referring to Pokemon Violet and Scarlet. And I've got to ask Time, which team are you choosing?
Oh, for the Splatfest? Well, I'm actually Team Grass. I don't plan to get Scarlet and Violet on release, but my favorite starter is probably Snivy, and I love that Pokemon. Such an elegant evolution line, especially with Superior.
Yeah, I'm actually going to go Team Grass as well. I'm on a competitive team, Bitterling, and we've kind of been taking turns of having somebody choose a team on our behalf. So, like, for the last Splatfest, I wanted Team Grub, so they were all very generous and chose Team Grub. So we let Luna take care of this one, and she chose Grass for us. So we're looking forward to playing that next week. Again, that's going to be happening next Saturday and Sunday. Next weekend. So make sure if you haven't chosen your team, make sure you do that. Get your shirt to get your conch shells, and play all the way through to get all of your Super Sea Snails.
Awesome. Yes, definitely. I was on Team Grub last time, and we did regrettably win Splatfest, but I'm actually really hoping that Grass is defending this time around. I did hear Sturgeon Shipyard had a few changes to the layout, so it might make it a lot easier to defend.
Yeah, that's going to be something that we really want to look forward to in seeing, and I always love how Splatfest does it to try and enhance the game too, because I know that it's a struggle depending on which team you're on to kind of see, if I'm an attacker or a defender, what's it going to look like, and how is it going to work. But yeah, so it looks like we're going to have SBMM versus Nova Chowtix coming up for our second round. I do want to see how these teams did in round one, so I'm going to take a look and see if we can find some information on that.
Go right ahead. I do know Nova Chaotix is an already established competitive team. And let me see SBMM. Skill-based matchmaking. Oh, I believe that these guys are... Let me take a look. Not one of the solo teams that we had, but their members are all very strong, ranging from X2000 to S+ in Splatoon 1. I mean, Splatoon 2.
Hey, if it's Splatoon 1, we're going all the way back to Splatoon 1. I would love to see that happen. But no, this is Splatoon 3. And again, like we mentioned at the beginning of stream, we have a lot of new faces, a lot of familiar faces. So let's take a look at the maps and modes that will be coming up. We're going to have Splat Zones on Mahi Mahi Resort. This is a very small, compressed map. Backlines are just going to thrive on this one. So I'm very interested to seeing the loadouts for that. And then Tower Control Sturgeon, followed by Rainmaker on Eeltail Alley. This Mahi Zones one, this is a map mode I tend to avoid if it comes up in rotation. Not really, not really my jam, but I am curious to see how these players are going to do. So let's take a look at these comps. We're going to be having a Splattershot, Explo, Junior, and Charger on. Looks like that's going to be on Nova Chaotix, or Chaotix, my bad. And the SBMM, I'm sorry.
No problem. Skill-based matchmaking looks to be the team with the Charger, and Nova Chaotix has an Explosher. That being said, Explosher is a really solid pick for Mahi Mahi because it covers a surprising amount of turf while also being quite lethal. That being said, the double backline on the side of skill-based matchmaking might work out for them, considering how they already have an early lead with the zone.
Yeah, again, this is a map where it's going to be just so hard because, like, the zone is so small. And if you can get where your Explo is and where your Charger is, that's going to be a GG's when you can win your picks, win your 1v1s. But with that, it looks like Nova Chaotix are going to be trying to push up. I believe our colors are swapped from what you see on screen, so we'll try our best to relay that information to you guys. But again, it's hard because this is just a map where you're gonna have so many splats that happen. You're gonna want to try not get caught somewhere where like splat bombs are gonna hit you, for instance, or you're just gonna
just like that happen.
just like that happened because you turn a corner, there's gonna be a bomb there, and with how flat this surface is too, rain is gonna be very crucial. So with that, Nova Chaotix doing really well, getting the lead and pushing some of these SBMM members out.
Skill-based matchmaking actually is able to get that lead, push it under 50, and get Mahi Mahi's gimmick going, which is lowering the tide or having the entire stage change. So this doesn't change how small the zone is necessarily, but it does make it easier for players that aren't playing a longer range weapon to push in and get that zone. With, like, you can see this Nautilus pushing in with their rain, able to get the cap on the side of Nova Chaotix.
Yeah, and you know, I do like the not pick too because it has the range that you need to take out these backlines and chargers, but it has the maneuverability to be able to shark up, hide behind walls, push forward too. So with that, SBMM going to have the lead, trying to push forward, trying to get some picks. The ink back, it's gonna help push some of these players out. They are going to be getting a splat that way, and Robbie getting another pick too. So 2 players going to be going down on Nova Chaotix as they're trying to push back and get this lead.
Yeah, skill-based matchmaking is doing a great job holding this zone. They might be getting picked off by this Explo, and they're actually 3 down right now, but they're pushing back in as a group, and that is something that you really see with people who have played together more and understand how this game works more. Yes.
Yeah, I mean, for real, honestly, this game is much closer than I anticipated because this is a stage where I think things are just going to snowball. But we have seen the aggression that we expected to see in this game. And now Nova Chaotix trying to hold on to this zone, trying to hold on to the lead. But with, again, how small it is, things can get capped pretty quickly, especially with this rain, especially with some specials coming your way.
Definitely, those specials actually get skill-based matchmaking the cap again. Nova Chaotix pushing it to 20, but 20 is not really a guaranteed win, especially on splat zones. This Knot is really looking for a kill, sharking. Well, this Splash actually was looking for a kill, going behind, trying to get some aggression. Doesn't really work out as they actually make their team have a 3v4 and allow Nova Chaotix to cap the zone again.
Yeah, and again, what's hard is you have quite a bit of penalty points at this point if you are SBMM, because you know you have to cap, you know you have a minute to work with, which if you're the losing team, that's not a lot of time, but if you're the winning team, then that's a lot of time you want to try and hold on to this zone. So you need to find an opportunity anytime you can. Ooh, and it looks like the Expo is going to be getting caught in the rain there. That's going to be hard. But now SBMM has the zone once again. They're going to be getting rid of their penalty points as they are going to be pushing forward, trying to keep some of these Nova Chaotic members out. But Nova Chaotic's going to be capping it, and they seem to be on a roll. As long as they can get these caps every once in a while, they're going to do that enough times where they don't have to rely on getting any great push, any wipeout or anything to hold on to the lead. So they are setting themselves up pretty well.
When you have the spot zone and you recap it multiple times, you actually get a lower and lower penalty each time it gets capped. That being said, the teams are 3v3, so it's really Nova's Chaotic's game to cap the zone and win. That being said, they actually are able to get the surprising cap even with that Inkvac gun zone, and game 1 goes to Nova Chaotics.
Yeah, Nova Chaotix with that win. Again, nothing that was in a form of just like domination. It really comes down to using your specials at the correct time and making sure that you're targeting the right person too. You know, it was really nice that whoever used the rain, they were targeting, not that they were really maybe particularly targeting the rain on any player, but it always seemed to be getting caught on somebody who needed to go up a wall, somebody who was on a slick spot and couldn't really swim away. And all that is going to give you the chip damage that you're able to get the win.
Yeah,
so...
Nova Chaotix actually bringing 2 Ink Storms, one on the Nautilus and one on the Explo, making the Explo shots much more deadly and making their pushes back in much easier for them.
That's right. So, again, a match that, like, I told you at the beginning, I thought this would have snowballed a little bit. But if they can be that aggressive towards each other, I'm interested to see what's going to happen on Game 2, which is going to be Tower Control Sturgeon Shipyard. Again, this might be more of a map mode that they've played a little more. I don't know if Spot Zones Mahi is one that teams have typically practiced in a competitive sense. So to kind of see where we go from Mahi zones to Sturgeon Tower, it could be night and day for both of these teams.
Definitely. Sturgeon Tower, Mahi Mahi, if Mahi Mahi is a quick, snowbally map, Sturgeon Shipyard is a slow and steady push to the finish. And that's what I'm expecting to see. I definitely saw skill-based matchmaking pushing in as a group, getting those caps, stopping Nova Chaotix from being more dominant than they could have been, and overall, it was actually quite a satisfying game to watch. So I'm excited to see on Sturgeon Shipyard how it could really go any other direction.
You know, and the comps that both of these teams have seem to work on, I mean, it worked on Mahi zones, especially if you're Nova Chaotix, or SBMM, like, they had, they had the Charger, which Charger is going to thrive on. It's going to thrive on Tower Control Sturgeon when you get yourself in a good position. So if these players are comfortable with the weapons that they chose in Game 1, we could very well see those same exact ones in Game 2. Or if they have something else up their sleeve, you never know.
I found that Explosher is a killer on zones. It's extremely consistent, it gets people out of their spots, but on tower control, it's really hard to hit those shots on tower, so I'm wondering if they'll actually be switching to another long-range weapon. Tower control is more of a range game, especially on Sturgeon, so I think that any team that has more range than the other distinctly has an advantage here.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, especially with how high up you can get on the enemy side, climbing up the wall, climbing up the moving portions of the stages. Again, it's all about the positioning. So let's take a look at these comps. We are going to see the roller in place now, and we are going to be seeing the ranged blaster come out too for Nova Chaotix.
Wow, a ranged blaster. Blaster is very strong on tower, and seal-based matchmaking did bring that X-Flow, but if you can hit your shots on tower with an X-Flow, you can be just as effective as any real blaster.
And with that, we already see the Chargers in the backlines getting in their positions that they want to be in. 2 players now going to be going down on SBMM, as Nova Chaotix not really in control of tower. Now they are able to take it, and some of their players are pushed up a little bit too. It looks like we see the V-Pro, who is pushed up pretty far. But they are unfortunately going to be going down. Nova now on the tower, quickly getting past that checkpoint, and the rain not really doing much damage. But look at this, players from SBMM going down one by one.
Yeah, this E-Leader is pulling their weight right now, providing a lot of pressure. You can't peek out anywhere, and thus their Nova Chaotix skill-based matchmaking is starting to get caught out on the edges. And with the bubbler on tower, it's going to be really hard to actually get on it. And it looks like that's a really quick game for Nova Chaotix.
You know, we talked about snowball-y maps and modes, and I thought it would have been the Zones game instead of this one. But, you know, Nova Chaotix, very comfortable on tower control. Like you said, anchored by that charger holding down the fort. Once they got on the tower, they never struggled to push forward. That could very well be the quickest game that we see all day.
Definitely. I mean, E-Leader is definitely becoming more and more meta as the time goes on with that long range and the ability to just get that instant kills. The thing about E-Leader especially is that the only downside is really the ink tank, and when you're against an E-Leader, the only thing you can do is have someone aggressive come around the backside or just have another long range that can scare the E-Leader off.
Yeah, you need to find a way to displace the E-Leader. You either need somebody to flank, use specials, maybe use rain to move them, use a triple ink strike to push them away. If you're really gutsy, use your Zipcaster, try and push up and splat them. So there are ways to do it, but it's much easier said than done. I know firsthand facing of an E-Leader who seems to just have immaculate accuracy and struggling against them. So
definitely. It seems like the only way to kill E-Leaders that just have the aim of a god is to go 2v1 them, you know?
Right. Yeah, you gotta do that. But unfortunately, when you do that, then your team is going to be 2v1'd yourself or something. But we're moving on to Rainmaker, Eeltail Alley. So again, I think on a lot of these maps, we do see the backlines thrive, and Eeltail is also one of those stages. You know,
there's not a lot of flank routes. It's like a huge hallway, and there's just a bridge. But it is Rainmaker, and Rainmaker means that any good push will be able to go through it. If they get everyone but the E-Leader, get in the E-Leader's face, push up, get that aggression in.
So SBMM going to be sticking with the same comp. Nova Chaotix going to be opting to go for the Blob on this stage. I do like the choice. Blob isn't something that we see all the time, but always fun to see in a tournament. And right now we have a 2v3 over at mid, as SBMM has a player advantage at this time, not opting to pick up the Rainmaker just yet because Nova is there guarding the Rainmaker. You have the Charger there who's watching them, but now SBSM is going to be picking it up, but unfortunately, you're going to have to be trying to push it towards this right side, which could be a little slower, but going to be going down to a splat bomb.
Yeah, I mean, the Rainmaker, I am actually very surprised that they didn't bring a Charger, but Explo is still a very strong pick, and can actually threaten the Charger, especially on Eeltail, when pushing up and moving around that right side. They're probably going that way because there is more cover.
That's right, and I think too, if you're Nova, you're only allowing them to push that far, which is good, but oh, this Rainmaker is going to sneak right past the Charger and get up on this podium.
Actually gets the Charger when they go up there. Carbon Roller is a menace, even without Burst Bomb.
Yeah, so that is a push that SBMM really needed. It's just their junior who's alive, so they set the tone for the game. Nova now knows what SBMM is capable of doing during this match. So SBMM, ooh, and that wonderful splat
burst
bomb
kill.
Snipe, or burst bomb kill.
Yes. No, that's splat bomb.
It was splat bomb? Okay, you had me second guess myself.
Oops, sorry.
Oh no, you're good. Wonderful splat bomb kill to just keep up the pressure in this game. So if SBMM can find a way to win their 1v1s, they're going to be set up pretty well.
Ooh, that they have mid control now, and it is a 3v3. So once they are able to get more control, an E-Leader is more of a defensive weapon. So even if the E-Leader is frightening off skill-based matchmaking, that doesn't mean that they can have a successful push here. It means that they can't push any further. That being said, they're not in the advantage here. And this is skill-based matchmaking's game to really push up and pressure them. And that is what they're doing when they grab this Rainmaker. They have this bubbler.
Yeah, I mean, they're getting their picks. They're getting their 1v1s. 2 players down now on Nova. But the Rainmaker's going to be caught because the Junior is able to get that slight flank and get the splat there. So Nova, I consider that a win, not letting the Rainmaker be pushed even further to where it got. So, but again, we've seen Nova be really aggressive. We've seen them do it in Mahi. We've seen them do it in Tower. So they need to get these 1v1s. They need to get the player advantage. But being able to identify where all these players are, I think you got to watch for those splat bombs from the side of SBMM. Or you got to watch for the roller to see where they could potentially be sharking. But it's going to be tricky.
It is going to be very tricky, especially when skill-based matchmaking is already past that first checkpoint. This junior is trying to push up, and this rain is just really oppressive.
Yeah, now Nova knowing that they don't have a lot of time that they can waste because they still need to get past this checkpoint, but it's really well defended by SBMM. So SBMM going to be picking up, but now going to be going down as they're trying to get some more map control, trying to get some of these picks.
Threatening this E-leader, getting the jump.
Yeah, wonderful play by the junior, able to get 3 players down.
1v3, so it looks like they're actually probably going to be able to push past the checkpoint, get some good points, opting for the more dangerous, unequal path, and they pay for it, but not without a nice 25 points on the board.
You know, it's hard because left can be quicker to take, but when it's a 4v4, it's going to be that much more risky because you can't get your teammates set up to help push for specials. Again, you already have the lead, so at this point, you're kind of giving an opportunity for Nova to pick up the Rainmaker, which is exactly what happened. And 2 players are not going to be going down on Nova, but some of these specials coming up for SBMM, yeah, this is looking pretty good for SBMM.
Yes, definitely. Well, as long as they don't let them get to that checkpoint, and that roller is a menace. They don't let them get past that checkpoint. They just need to defend, and they win.
Yeah, so they can win, or they can afford these 1v1 losses, because if it's a 1v1, 2v2, however many players are left, it's always going to favor the team that's already winning, because it's going to make it that much more tricky for the losing team to try and push up there. So we see Nova trying to get to that podium. Oh, they're going to go down. They're still alive.
Yeah, that X-Blosher is just being really oppressive with that rain, with that, but they won't be able, they'll be able to grab this Rainmaker here, but I don't know if they'll be able to get across the uninkable walkway, get those 27 points, and that's what happens.
Yeah. It can be pretty tricky in that situation with needing to push towards that very tight corridor because again all of your focus is on there. You're going against a spot that you can't even paint, so you just have to rely on maybe your teammates body blocking you or doing whatever. But yeah, it's really tricky.
And I'm actually very surprised that skill-based matchmaking is one of those teams that didn't have any results, and Nova Chaotix is one of those teams that is an actual established team, and to see them actually take a game off of Nova Chaotix is very surprising to me, and it makes me see how close these games are, even if the score doesn't properly show it.
Yeah, again, you have teams who maybe they are newer, maybe they haven't been playing as much or have as much experience, but you put a lot of good players on kind of a free agent team. Anything is possible. Anything goes up in the air. And that's kind of the beauty of this tournament too, with the seeding and how we then move on to the brackets. But we always love to see a split set. You know, I'm sure SBMM, they were hoping for that win to come on a game 1 or game 2 so we could go to an authentic game 3. But they got the win nonetheless, so they know that they weren't going to get shut out. But Nova's still winning the set overall.
Yes, and honestly, that last game was such a good play on skill-based matchmaking's part. Pushing through that corridor gave them those points, because if they'd gone around the right side, you know for a fact that they would not have been able to get the same amount of points that they could have gotten from that walkway.
Exactly. And with that set wrapping up, we are going to take a quick break while we get the seeding ready for round 3. We are halfway through the group stages of this tournament, so make sure you guys stay tuned. We will be right back. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to our third round of Under Pressure. We're going to have a pretty good match today, Tom. We were just talking about these two teams, Honeycomb versus 3 Cosine X. Players where we're pretty well familiar with them. Honeycomb, a Div 4 team, 3 Cosine X, members of the Plus server, kind of forming a pickup. So this is going to be a pretty heavy-hitting match here in round 3.
Definitely. Last round, we had one of the teams who wasn't really well versed in competitive, but both of these teams are actually established competitive teams. So the tone of the matches is definitely going to be a bit different, especially when taking a look at how they behave. Now, there's definitely skill disparity, but one is a pickup and one is established team. So hopefully that will balance everything out.
And we're going to be starting off Clan Blitz on a Hammerhead Bridge. So again, kind of one of those narrower stages. We've seen a lot of these in Splatoon 3 that are kind of more of the long rectangular sides. So personally, I'm a big fan of this one. I enjoyed it a lot. But again, it's all about not getting locked out, because when you have an enemy team who pushes up and they're scoring, it can be so hard to break back in.
Definitely. And while Hammerhead Bridge is one of those maps that returned from Splatoon 1, the layout seems to be so much different than how it used to be, with just that long, narrow hallway shape, making it a lot harder to push back in once they get up onto your platform.
Yeah, certainly. And then looking into map 2, we have Splat Zones on Museum D'Alfonsino. Again, another map that is returning from Splatoon 1, but probably the most uniquely set up stage out of all the stages that we have in Splatoon 3 so far. So with a very big Splat Zone too. It's all about controlling the mid area there, and if you're able to jump up and push up over on their side and lock the enemies out, it's going to be hard for anybody to break back in.
Most definitely, especially because on Splat Zones, it's more of a centralized area that you need to defend, and it's not the tower where you need to go ahead and push forward, or the Rainmaker where you just need a good wipeout. It's definitely one of those maps and modes that it's all about how much aggression you have on their play and trying to spawn camp them.
All right, and let's take a look at some of these comps that we have here for these teams. So we're going to be seeing the Knot, which I do like seeing that return on the side of Honeycomb. We're going to be seeing the Slosher on the side, I believe, of 3 Cosine X. Actually, the colors once again are going to be backwards from what we were describing. So with Honeycomb now in the purple and 3 Cosine X in the yellow. We'll try not to get that mixed up and to keep you guys on track of what's going on. But right now, Honeycomb, look at this push.
Honeycomb, yes, this fancy footwork from Squeege right now, holding this clam. They're actually 3v3 right now, but they do have a bubbler, and bubbler is such a strong pick on Clan Blitz, putting that bubbler right next to the basket and throwing it in. That being said, you can definitely tell that both of these teams have very skilled members because they're weaving in and out. Honeycomb is just trying to keep up that pressure and push up.
You know, Honeycomb, they did such a good job trying to push up, but unfortunately they couldn't even get anywhere near the basket once they took a little more control of mid. But with some of these specials now being used and these power claims being thrown, they're going to try that attempt one more time to try and push up. Juggling these power claims, it's a little tricky because you're a sitting duck when you're holding the power claim. There's no hiding. If you have a Ninja Squid, it's going to not really go into effect. It's like a permanent point sensor that's placed on you. But with this map control and how much paint they're getting, I don't know if they're going to get it through.
Yeah, definitely. We actually just saw someone get out of a crab and perfectly squid roll and get the armor to deflect a bomb, and this actually helping give their team more momentum to push back into mid on the side of 3 Cosine X. And even though they're getting picked off, they're still not really losing a ton of mid control. As you can see, Honeycomb is actually pushing right back in, but it's still a very even game, and both sides have a power clam and are getting those picks.
Yeah, Honeycomb now pushing forward. These two teams, they got their power claims pretty early on, and I feel like they're doing everything they can to save the power claims. Now we see Adapt trying to push up, but no, gonna be actually getting the getting the splat and celebrating just a little bit as three players from 3 Cosine X went down. So even though it's still tied 0-0 halfway through the game, we are not seeing any of the aggression let up.
That being said, that celebration definitely cost them a push because for a brief moment, Honeycomb was 3 up on 3 Cosine X, and that chance just slipped away from them.
Yeah, so really a missed opportunity to try and push forward, but now Honeycomb trying to push up. Yeah, look at these
all their
specials being used.
specials. Trying to push up, one going down. And while they're getting picks on people going in mid, that basket is still just out of reach. Oh, and Honeycomb pushes up with that clam, but doesn't manage to get that push all the way in.
No, not quite yet. And I mean, I'm surprised that we still have a tie at this point, given what we knew about both of these teams. But now Honeycomb in a better position, but they just don't have the clam economy. They have the map control to push up, but just don't have the clams, especially with this frontline Charger who's pushed up the furthest ahead, but able to still stay alive. So Honeycomb keeping some of the map control, but now 3 Cosine X using these missiles to push these players out. 3 Cosine X, they don't have any power clams at their ready quite yet, but once they get more map control,
jump from that slosher, even if
try
they
and get
cost
some
them
more,
their
yeah.
life. Looks like 3 Cosine X has the economy to push up, but they have control in front of the basket, but they just can't build the clam. Oh,
yeah,
and there it goes.
Here's now or goes in. Yeah, that's
50
what 3
seconds left.
That's what 3 Cosine needed. There's not going to be anything to follow up, unfortunately, but you at least are the first team to score within 4 minutes. So if that's the only score of the game, so be it. You get the win that way. But you got to really be on your toes because you know that if 3 Cosine X wants to try and or Honeycomb wants to try and push back, they just need one clam in addition to the power clam if they want to take the lead.
And that is what they're doing, trying to push up to that basket. 3 Cosine X is keeping that thing well defended, trying to push back around. They have the power clams, they have the momentum, they just need to get a foot in there.
Yeah, and this will be the last opportunity that 3 Cosine X has, using some of the rain to try and push out. But look at these specials now by Honeycomb, as we are in overtime, and it looks like 3 Cosine X, they are Honeycomb trying to push forward.
Yes.
But
and Honeycomb goes 3 down at the last moment, and that clam is not going to quite break, but that's still not going to be enough with that junior pushing in alone. And the first game goes to 3 Cosine X.
yeah, if you would have said that there was going to be one power clam, and that was going to give you the win, and it would happen after 4 minutes of two very good teams. I mean, especially if a team is all from a pickup of a plus server, where Honeycomb, the Div 4 skill range, very competitively viable, competitively doing well, that almost counts as a win if you're Honeycomb, because you were able to stay alive that long. And 3 Cosine X, even though they got the win, they can't play any more loose. They really have to be on their toes to try and win these next two if they want to keep up the pressure and get this win.
I do know from experience in competitive that Clam Blitz, when you're playing in a competitive match, most of the time you're only going to be able to get one clam in. That single clam will change the entire game, and most of the time it'll be after the 3-minute mark. As opposed to other games here where you have like a constant ebb and flow, it's really like they put up a wall in the middle of the map, and whichever team breaches it wins, even if it's just for a split second, like with 3 Cosine X did.
Yeah, and I think too, what really helped Honeycomb is when you're a team, you kind of have the communication that's there, and when you're an established team, yeah, you have the communication where Clam Blitz is the mode that you really need to communicate with your teammates. Of course, you need to communicate it with every map and mode that you play, but Clam Blitz in particular, So these next two could be more tricky for Honeycomb, especially moving to splat zones where, once you kind of get that lockout and members of 3 Consign X know where they need to position themselves, it will be very tricky for Honeycomb to break back in if that happens.
Most certainly. I do know on Alfonsino, it's going to be less like Clan Blitz, where you have an objective in your base that the enemy team has to score into, and more of just putting up that wall on the zone and making sure that the other team cannot breach it. It's going to be a very interesting match to see because both teams are very adept at putting up those walls and at control. So I'm wondering if this is going to be some kind of stalemate, just like that Clan Blitz match.
Yeah, and I mean, what's different too about this one is that we could see a lot of back and forth. And, it's very well that we could just have a slow, like a low-scoring game like we had already seen before. But either way, teams are going to be getting points passively as they happen on, like, Clan Blitz, where you actively have to throw in the power clam. So we could see points, I'll say, like, happen by accident or not really intending. And that's another way that you'll have to kind of play around.
Most certainly. And that's just what makes every mode so different. And I know a lot of people favor... Oh. Well...
Yeah, we'll let them figure that out as they're going to get that lobby ready again. But yeah, so we kind of got a sneak peek of some of the comps. I don't know really what the the purposeful DC rules are. We'll let the TOs handle that, and if they need to tell us anything, then we'll be sure to relay that information to you guys. They are subbing people out in the host didn't seat in time, so I'm assuming the other team will be okay with that. But that's what we know. So as soon as they get that player back in, we'll bring that match to you.
Shouldn't be too long of a wait, honestly.
No, and I mean when you're teams who are a +1 player or in a Div 4, you have competitive experience. You know how to hop into lobbies quickly. So this really shouldn't be that long.
Yeah. I actually have a funny story about Alfonsino if you'd like to hear it. And while it's not spot zones, it is Clan Blitz. There was a very large tournament recently called Low Ink, and my team actually got the first ever completely full Clan Blitz tie on Alfonsino Clan Blitz.
That was your team. I knew it happened.
That was me.
I did. Okay, so it happened. So I know what happened in the last round. And what's really interesting, and you probably have more things to say from your perspective, but this was the first time it's ever happened in Low Ink, like you said, and the TOs didn't even really have a rule of like how to handle it. So how did they relay this information to you?
Honestly, we flagged the match because it was the first game in the set. It was a best of 3. So they told us play out the other 2 games, and whoever wins doesn't matter. And then we went 1-1. So we had to go back and replay it. And they told us, thank God it's the last set of groups. Otherwise, they don't know what they would have done because we would have delayed the entire seeding.
Right. Yeah. No, that I think is the perfect solution because there's, that could have been game 3, for instance. And if assume it's a best of, it's your last one. I think they handled that perfectly. But, the fact that you did then have to play that game, the game 4 essentially, which is that's so funny. But yeah, it's nice that it didn't seem to impact the tournament. But I mean, talk about the stress of a 3-minute overtime in Clan Blitz a little bit.
Oh yeah, definitely. We had a lot of issues where like the person who was holding the clam popped their special so they couldn't super jump when somebody got to the enemy's basket. The enemy team was really putting up a lot of constant pressure, but then at the very last second, they were about to score that clam and they missed the basket. So that caused us to do the replay. And then in that replay, within the first 3 minutes, we breached that wall and we said, oh, thank God, we're not going to have to do another 3-minute overtime.
Oh my goodness. Clan Blitz alone in the 5 minutes is stressful at a 100-100 tie. Because, like, the only way you can tie is to literally not get any power claims in. It's not like you each got 1 power claim in because the team who scored first would have the lead. And, oh, that's got to be so stressful to be in that situation.
And then that, like, after that, like, for the first 5 minutes of the match, both teams were both very focused on trying to get momentum so we could get a knockout push or a very low push on the basket. And as that overtime started, one clam, and then everyone started going risky. That being said, we are going into our match now on Alfonsino Zones.
Yeah, so these are kind of the comps that we saw a little bit before. We do see the Expo coming back out, which is kind of what we'd seen. We see the sloshing machine coming out on the side of Honeycomb as well. So one quick kill over there for Honeycomb, going to be taking down a 3 Cosine X member.
3v3.
As yeah, as they try to find a way to get in control, and Myran pushing forward with the Ink Strike, but having to avoid and back up from the rain, not able to get too many picks in, and 2 players down on Honeycomb, so 3 Cosine X looking very good right now.
Honeycomb is going to have to struggle to not get staggered as 3 Cosine X is pushing up onto their plat, and this Splash standing on zone is throwing burst bombs onto the flank area, so it looks like they're having some trouble pushing back in, even if they're not on their plat anymore. As the clock ticks below 50 seconds, Honeycomb is going to be starting to pop their specials.
Yeah, you know what's interesting with this match, 3 Cosine X, they didn't really push up to start the lockout. It seemed like they kind of stayed around mid, but that is because of the elevation you have on this propeller, to being able to kind of get that height advantage. But with that, Honeycomb going to be trying to break back in. 2 players on 3 Cosine X going to go down. So that is going to be a cap, giving 65 penalty points to 3 Cosine X.
Definitely, and because it's the first cap, it's going to be even more penalty than normal. That being said, Honeycomb is putting themselves back in mid, trying to make sure that they don't lose control again, because any penalty is going to be deadly with 3 Cosine X able to lock them out. They are in a 3v3 situation, and they are trying to pop 10 missiles to displace 3 Cosine X, but it's not enough, and it looks like this allows 3 Cosine X to cover the zone again.
Yeah, it's really hard for Honeycomb in that situation because they know if they give up the zone at any moment before that 12, they're going to get a lot of penalty points and they still won't have the lead. So with them getting all the way down to 51, it helped, but again, you have that 37 you have to get through. 3 Cosine X now has the zone. They don't have a lot of the zone painted, but they are doing a better job trying to protect and making sure that these Honeycomb members don't break through and push in. But with a few players going down now, Honeycomb trying to push forward with some rain coming out too. The Charger trying to make sure that they can splat the Gal, but 3 Cosine X doing a good job keeping the zone painted. Can they keep it up for the next 5 seconds? No, the Blue Bomb's going to help cap, giving 55 penalty points to 3 Cosine X.
Wow, and that was a very close push on the side of 3 Cosine X. Honeycomb actually managing to keep that zone. This Slosher is skirmishing for their life, trying to keep them out. Doesn't work out too well for them, but it allows them to keep control for just a few more seconds and get rid of that penalty potentially.
Yeah, so this is actually looking really good for Honeycomb. Oh, and the nice spot there by the Charger. Going to have to avoid this killer whale, but no, they are going to be going down as the zone is left uncontested. Myran and Adapt able to try and touch up on it as the Explo and the Flingza trying to go in there and get some splats. I don't know if Honeycomb can keep it up, but it looks like with 2 players down, they might be able to hold on to this zone. They're going to need the Gal to try and push forward.
For 1, and they have the lead, and it looks like this is going to be a surprise knockout for Honeycomb, being locked out for a good part of the match, but coming in and just being able to keep that zone, keep control, chase 3 Cosine X off. That was such a to-the-wire knockout on the side of Honeypot.
Yeah, oh my goodness. Honeycomb doing a really good job. I like Honeypot too. Doing such a good job just like holding on to the zone, because you in that situation, you can't let any player get there. If they win the 1v1 against you, that enemy player is going to just be doing whatever they possibly can to cap the zone. So Honeycomb just holding on, avoiding the specials, and using those specials to push out the 3 Cosine X players. I didn't think that they had it in them to get past the 56 penalty points and all the scoring that 3 Cosine X had, but it was really incredible.
Honeycomb's E-leader getting that clutch double right in the middle of their push allowed them to keep 3 Cosine X off of their plats and keep them on zone. Even if they died to the whale afterwards, it didn't matter because the 2-for-1 trade is better than a 1-for-1 trade or even just dying. That pressure was so immense that you even saw 3 Cosine X members jumping out of the zone when there was 12 seconds left for Honeycomb. And they just couldn't stay in there.
Yeah, I mean, it was so hard, and with Honeycomb being able to show the pressure and aggression that they had that in Game 1 in Claim Blitz too, but you know, kind of moving towards a mode that is, I'll say, communication again is very important, but it might not have the same pull that Claim Blitz does. They're able to get that win, and we're going to our first real game 3 of the set, since we are tied 1-1. Again, we are playing all 3 regardless of what the score would be, but this is the one where the winner will take the set, moving on to tower control mincemeat. So we've seen very quick tower control games time. I don't know what to expect.
Definitely. For here, mincemeat it's kind of a toss-up, because once you get that tower to that second checkpoint, it starts getting really intense, really hard to knock out. Both of these teams have shown that they are very even in skill level, so I'm wondering if we're even gonna see a knockout here.
Yeah, it's really hard to tell. Again, like I don't know what to tell you at all or what to expect. We do see Anon staying with the Charger as expected. We see or Aaron with the Charger. We do see Zenith with the Not. So really not much to change up. We do see a change from the Explo to the Machine. So we do see the Booyah Bombs back into play with that 3v3 pretty early on, as Honeycomb trying to get map control more quickly than 3 Cosine X around the tower, but not quite ready to make that push. But we do have missiles now that are going to be coming out, and that's going to be something you really want to try and avoid.
Yeah, definitely. 2 going down on the side of Honeycomb, so it looks like 3 Cosine X might have some momentum to push up. Poor Sloshing Machine actually runs out of ink in the middle of that encounter. Oh, and it looks like 3 Cosine X, despite just getting to that checkpoint, 3 go down, and Honeycomb is probably going to be able to push all the way up.
Yeah, Honeycomb with a pretty quick rebound as 3 players were going down, like you said. The bubble on the tower going to be proven very useful, even though not many players from 3 Cosine X are there to push forward, but that's just going to allow that tower to get breeze past that checkpoint, even get to the second checkpoint with seemingly no issues, as Adapt is doing a good job protecting this tower, trying to get some of these picks. Tower now at the second checkpoint, but not able to get past. It's just the E-leader who's alive. So the tower getting all the way to 43. That was a really good push by Honeycomb.
Definitely. They didn't quite get past that that second checkpoint, but 43 is still very substantial, especially on mincemeat. That E-leader moving back definitely sets the tone for how Honeycomb is going to approach 3 Cosine X next push, especially with trying to get them off tower. That being said, 3 Cosine X is still going to keep up the aggression, keep pushing up that tower. They're not quite the same aggression that Honeycomb showed during their push, but still, 58 is still a very strong push.
You know, it's really hard when you're in a position like 3 Cosine X, where you get close to getting to the checkpoint or getting to where you had the lead. But you don't want to feed. You don't want to feed, but you want to try and push as far as you can, because maybe you can get on the tower, maybe your teammates can jump to you and stay alive. But again, you're 3 Cosine X, you know, or your Honeycomb, you know that that's going to be where they're jumping. That's exactly where they want to be. So my #1 target is whoever is on the tower. So it's just such a hard position at that point. Now the tower's going to be back at mid. Aaron going to be backing up. Owen gets a really nice snipe on the person jumping in.
Yeah, that's a nice one.
2 players down now on 3 Cosine X, as Honeycomb go to try and extend their lead.
Yeah, and Honeycomb has a pretty good chance. They just popped their bubbler on tower, took out 2 of the 3 Cosine X members, and it looks like they're going to be able to get back on that second checkpoint. Popping more specials to keep that tower defended. the timer is ticking down and they get past it, which means they're going to have an even easier time pulling up to that third checkpoint, getting ever closer to that knockout.
Yeah, they're doing a really good job sticking together, using their specials as a unit, using, once again, the bubble on the tower, but now all the forces unleashed on the tower. 2v2, so this is looking better for 3 Cosine X, but again, not in a position where you want to be in, because Honeycomb got all the way to 7, and Honeycomb Adapt not letting up any of the aggression as they are happy to be there at the game. As you can tell by their lovely celebration.
Most certainly. Adapt is literally skirmishing for their life here, managing to extend a push when they went 3 down. Adapt pushing up that Booyah Bomb, getting them all the way from 7 to 2. That was a dangerous, close knockout.
Yeah, and with a minute left, 3 Cosine X knows that they have no time to waste. They need to play the long game, need to be conservative with their pushes. They are using their specials. They can use it now and build it up and being able to use it again. And these Honeycomb players, they are backed up all the way towards their side because they know that they have a little bit of time that they can give. They don't want to make sure that they go down one by one. And Myron in a very tricky spot, but still able to stay alive. I don't really know what happened there.
Definitely.
But, yeah.
Honeycomb pushing backwards to try and play more passively, defend that tower is not going as well for them though, because 3 Cosine X is pushing up, taking advantage of their more... Oh!
Yeah, the DC is happening this late in the game. It's going to be played out regardless because it's happening so late. So it is going to be... Oh, this is rough because it's going to be a 1v1. Oh. This... I mean...
1v2.
The Charger can still do it. The Charger from Honeycomb can still do it. It's just unfortunate when we have these DCs. But our 3 Cosine X, are they going to win from this? They are. Oh my goodness. There's.
Oh, and that is unfortunate for Honeycomb.
Oh man. You know, we hate to see those wins happen by force of a DC, but regardless, rules are in place for a reason in order to keep the tournament going at a smooth pace.
I guess you could say that it is kind of retribution for Adapt having a little too much fun on the field.
Oh man. There's going to be maybe some match dispute that could explain some of the funny lag. I know spec cam lag can be its own thing. But that's an unfortunate way to lose. But again, these games happen. These rules are in place for a specific reason to make sure that we can kind of push forward. You know, as much as I'd love to see a rematch between Honeycomb and 3 Cosine X, because these games have been extremely competitive. Like I would love to watch a best of 7, best of 9 set between these two. But we know that we have more matches that need to be held. So that's really unfortunate for Honeycomb. Putting on a dominant performance and then having 2 players disconnect, but 3 Cosine X winning that set 2-1.
Just maybe. Let's see if there's a dispute raised, because that is just so unfortunate. But typically the DC rules are if it's past 3 minutes or if it's past 50, you typically do not replay them.
Yeah, and we know both of those were met the criteria, especially with Honeycomb getting all the way to 7, then all the way to 2, and with the DC being very late in the game. So if I had to guess, that match is going to hold up. Again, the score has not been updated on the stream, so if we have any additional information, we'll send that your way. But it's man, that's rough. That's rough.
Definitely. It looks like the TOs are talking about it in the background, so we'll get a decision on that soon, hopefully.
Yeah, so why don't we go ahead and step on a break while they do that. Again, if there's any update, we'll be sure to let you guys know. But coming up next, we are going to have round 4. It's going to be the final round of the bracket, or the group stage of the stream, so we will be right back. You guys stay tuned.
Hi, and welcome back to Under Pressure. Going into this fourth group stage after the third round with 3 Cosine X and Honeycomb.
Yeah, that was a crazy matchup. We should probably touch up on it because last time we saw the result ended 1-1 on screen. 3 Cosine X, the team who did come back and get the win after the DCs, are going to be awarded the win, so they are going to be winning that set 2-1. But coming up next, we're going to have Queer Noodles versus Legato. Legato, a powerhouse of a team that we have seen in competitive Splatoon. Noodles, a team full of very strong pickup players trying to take down this team that a lot of people would be afraid to go up against.
Definitely. Actually, Queer Noodles is our strongest solo queue team that we put together from the Google form. We actually put them together in the hopes that maybe they would go against Honeycomb in a bracket and hopefully win.
Yeah, well, I mean, that might not be the case for now, but hey, they're gonna be taking on a team who is just as competitive, maybe more competitive too. So Legato, I mean, a team with a bunch of tournament results. We've seen SAC, we've seen a lot of the things that they play on starting off on a very familiar stage, Splatzin's Macro Mart. So again, if you've even watched any competitive Splatoon 2, you have seen this map and mode, I can guarantee it. Tends to be a fan favorite for anybody who's playing. So, even if you're a strong pickup, you're gonna be knowing what you're doing.
Most certainly. And these competitive players are also no stranger to Mako zones. We did see Mako Mart earlier with tower control, but now that you're in zones, it feels like a completely different game because of that centralized point of defense.
Yeah, I mean, having the stacks, controlling the stacks is going to be very important. This stage hasn't really changed that much since Splatoon 2, but there are very subtle changes that can come into play. So let's take a look at some of these comps here. We do see the mini. I do like the mini pick. That's not something that we see very often. Oh wait, that's not the. Yeah, that is the mini. Okay. I was confused. Or is that the heavy? Is that the heavy?
That is a heavy, actually.
Okay, it was a little grainy on my screen.
Legato.
Thank you. Okay.
No problem. Heavy Spotling is one of those weapons where you think, oh, it's definitely a backline, but it is more than capable of skirmishing. This splatter shot actually trading with a heavy, very unexpected, which allows Legato to keep control of this zone.
Yeah, Legato with a pretty early cap on the zone. For a lot of the zones game we've seen one team cap, and then there's really not much to follow up on. But Legato doing a really good job just holding their own, trying to take out this E-leader. They are able to do that. That's going to be a wipeout. This might be the quickest game we have seen. We'll see if the Gal can flank here on the right side, trying to push in. But they are going to be caught by a few players who are going to be trying to take them down. But the Noodles, they're in for it for this set.
Noodles is popping some specials to hopefully try and get through that zone. Sadly going 2 down, and that is a very, very fast first game within Legato's favor.
Yeah, I don't know if it was the comp. I don't know if it's really one thing in particular other than just the caliber at what these teams play and, how well they've been playing together for so long, too. Just being able to have a dominant push. Again, the lockout was very quick to start off with, and you saw the players on Legato just go into their positions. They had predetermined positions of where they were going to wait, where they're going to call out some of these Noodle players on how they're going to drop. And Noodles, they weren't able to cap the zone at all. They were able to throw a few specials on the zone just as a last resort to try and maybe contest it to allow them to get more time. But in the end, it didn't really seem to matter as Legato just swept the board.
Yeah, it's such a shame, really. Like, they got staggered early on by Legato, and they just couldn't come back from it. Legato coming into their base, into the spawn, pushing around, circling back, popping specials, keeping them out, and then generally that's how you would want a game to go. Like for Legato, that was an ideal first round. Quick, easy, painless, next.
Yeah, because once you get that wipeout, you are then able to just call out one by one where each new respawning person is coming from. So there's really no confusion as to where some players can be, even if they all kind of wipe out around the same time. Kind of having that staggered entrance. So Legato pushing forward, but hey, we're gonna be moving on to Rainmaker on Hagglefish Market. So we'll see if Legato can keep it up, as they are going to be using the Tri-Slosher on this game, and we do see the Brella come out for Noodles.
Yeah, Brella on Rainmaker, Tentabrella specifically, it actually involves, well, Tentabrella is a very high skill weapon because it takes a lot to be able to hit all your shots correctly. But when you have the Rainmaker specifically, the Rainmaker is easily able to follow up on that Brella trail and get some good points going on the board. That being said, early on, one goes down on the side of Clear Noodles, and it's not looking too hot for them as their Brella goes down as well, and they're able to easily get that first checkpoint.
Yeah, and that's going to be the wipeout too. Oh man, you have two players who are already pushed up at the second podium. They're going to be jumping up on that podium to try and get there. We thought that Zones game was fast. Well, guess what, ladies and gentlemen and Squid Kids? We saw an even quicker game here with Legato getting that win.
Definitely. Noodles just not able to go against that intense wave of pressure from Legato, getting multiple picks from their Tri-Slusher, getting multiple easy pushes with their whale, and in general, just that pressure. There's just not a lot Queer Noodles could really do in that situation.
Yeah, you know, a wipeout on Rainmaker is one thing. It's another when the wipeout happens right after the checkpoint too. Because that's the point where, okay, we have enough time to paint up and push towards the podium, the final podium, and what Legato did, they just had two players go up like, hey, we're going to paint, and then we're just going to immediately shoot towards their spawn. We can serve as the distraction while the person carrying the Rainmaker can hop up. And I mean, you hop up on the podium, we talked about kind of like that little shortcut you can do where you don't have to go up and around the ramp. So that seemed like Legato rehearsed it a little bit, but a very dominant win nonetheless.
Oh, definitely. Legato is an established competitive team, so I wouldn't be surprised if they know all about these little shortcuts and just little extra things you can do to get more mileage out of your movement.
And with that, we will be going on to a game 3 with Queer Noodles trying to hold on and maybe get us. I think, you know, the first step is to get a score, but of course, like, we don't want to set the bar too high. Like, they're playing a very good team, Legato, who's gonna dominate and do well with whatever mode comes their way. Clam Blitz on Scorched Gorge, a lot of opportunity for flanks. Will we see the one push KO? We're not really sure. You know, typically in these moments where you get where you lose 2 games prior, you can kind of utilize those losses and learn from them. But for Queer Noodles, it's hard because both games lasted just about under a minute, so not much you can really take away other than maybe changing your comp. But let's take a look. Not many changes on the side of Legato. They are going to be taken away from the Tri-Slosher. We will be seeing the Nozzle Nose on the side of Noodles.
Yeah, definitely. It's going to be an uphill battle, I think, for Queer Noodles in this situation. However, Clam Blitz, Scorched Gorge, the clams are very far away from the spawn, unlike in other Clam Blitz games. And if they can get an early edge in, they definitely have a chance here.
Yeah, and now a few players going to go down on the Noodles. Just one player alive. Boblia trying to stay alive, but missiles targeted on them. All the Legato members see them getting the target. So Legato, look at their claim economy. No power claims, so already have 17 claims. They are going to get their power claim in and score. 2 of their players are going to go down. It looks like the Heavy has 7, but is going to be contested by the Splatter Shot, who is able to retreat. So very, very different pace than what we've seen. Legato scored, but only 1 follow-up this time, so that's honestly a win if you're Queer Noodles.
Oh, I'd consider that a win if I was them too. especially with this shot, Fell is able to move up, chase them off their ramp, get that double, get them secured. He can definitely see all their players and just slowly creeping in, getting that control back. Even as they're going 2 down, they're just trying their best.
Yeah, just you got to do anything you possibly can to stay alive when you're facing a team like Legato. So Noodles not really able to get many claims in this position. It seems like some of their players are scattered as they were kind of going down one by one, but it looks like 2 players are now going to be down on Legato, so this is Queer Noodles' opportunity to try and push forward, get more claims, get some more map control, maybe form a power claim to at least show a little bit more pressure. They do have the Crab ready on the grates trying to push out, but Legato doing a good job just hiding behind this center tower.
Like with the Honeycomb and 3 Cosine X game we saw earlier, Legato is putting up a wall in the middle and is just not letting Noodles push back in, push against them. Look, they've even broken their barrier once more, and they're lacking in a bit of clams, but they're still keeping it open.
Yeah. You know, they're getting these power claims in one by one, which, you know, you're keeping up the pressure, and at this rate, like, you're gonna win the game if you keep doing what you're doing. But each time you do that, you give Legato, or you give Queer Noodles an opportunity to try and respond a little bit. And I mean, to Queer Noodles' credit, they're doing much better in this game than they have been doing in the other games, but it's hard because Legato just has not let up on the aggression.
Yes, definitely, because Clam Blitz, it tends to be one of those game modes where you get knocked out pretty quickly. So being able to keep them away from their basket, even when they have such a healthy clam economy, is definitely a feat in and of itself.
And with that, Legato just needs one more power claim if they want to try and get this win. Their basket is open, but it looks like it will be closing, giving them 26 penalty points. But look at the map control by Legato. They are still able to keep this map. 3 players down. It is Just Fell, the splatter shot, who is going to finally go down. That is going to be a wipeout. Legato now trying to, they are able to open the basket. Specials being used closer towards Queer Noodle spawn. This might be the GG's. Just 2 more clams. 1 more clam. That's going to be it.
Yes, this shot came up into their spawn, stopped them from moving, stopped them from getting in their basket, and just ended their game for them. And that is a very quick 3-0 for Legato.
Yeah, a lot of maneuverability by the splatter shot from Legato, able to push up, and they actually got the game-winning clam in at the end from that ridiculously long flank. But, you know, you want to be the distraction in that case. Anytime you can be a distraction in Clam Blitz, that's going to be good for you. So Legato winning this set 3-0. I would assume they've gone 4-0 through all of their sets so far. But we'll see. We'll see.
I can take a look for you right now for that.
All right. But yeah, that is going to be the final round of the Swiss stages. Again, a lot of the other matches are still happening right now. Just since we had that a 3-0, that those tend to be pretty quick. But with that win, Legato going to be padding on to their resume, and Queer Noodles. It's, again, like, they put up a fight, but anytime you go up against Legato, it's going to be hard.
Definitely. And Legato has actually 3-0'd every single team that they've gone against so far. So
yeah, that's impressive.
It is very impressive for them. And honestly, I think Queer Noodles has also 3-0'd every single team they've gone against. So to see Legato having such a dominant performance here, it kind of shows that even if you 3-0 every team in your bracket, you still have a chance. There's always a bigger fish, and there's always someone higher up.
Right, absolutely. I'm going to guess that was one of the first matches to finish during round 4, but other teams were still undefeated. We have Jackpot and Nova Chaotix still undefeated. We have Cookies and Cream and Impulse. They are both undefeated at 3-0. We have Yabum and Super Splat Bros undefeated. I'm just going through all these standings here. We have
of course.
We are number 1 in Jinx Warriors undefeated, and I'm guessing these are the 2 teams that are going head to head right now that we're listing off, because they are the only 3-0 teams. But then we do have the Flava Flav, T5F, and 3 Cosine X. Those are 3 teams that are undefeated, all in the same bracket. And yeah, there's a lot of 3-0 teams, but again, with how many teams have played so far today, and how many teams who are in the tournament, you're going to see that. Mix and Fish Sticks both 3-0, and then we have one more group to look at. We have Tournament Registration Survey is way too long. They are 3-0, and Galaxy Squids both are 3-0.
Yeah, there's that's how Swiss goes really, is you take a bit of every team and put them together and see how everything shakes up. And that's how we're going to be seeding the bracket, how we're going to be going through and taking a look at every team. It's going to be interesting going into the bracket to see where everything shakes up, because I can imagine there are some teams that might have gone 3-0 that never win against one of the powerhouses in this tournament, that might be seated a bit higher than they should be.
Yeah, and that is the hard part too. But moving on to the bracket stages, again, there are 5 brackets, and the top 2 teams from each group are going to be moving on to the highest bracket, and then it'll go. I believe it's like every 2 you move on to that bracket. So we'll let a few of these matches finish up and do the bracket seeding. But that is going to be it for us today.
It was wonderful being here.
Yeah, where can we find you on Twitch and Twitter?
My Twitch is Time Orb, and my Twitter is the same. I'm not super active with it, but I have had a wonderful experience helping out with organizing and commentating this tournament. How about you, Falco?
Yeah, you can find me, Falco Flyer, on Twitch and Falco Flyer 11 on Twitter. I do a lot of Splatoon commentary, so you can find me on a lot of other tournament streams as well. But yeah, we're going to be stepping away for now. The seeding is going to be taking place, and when we get back with the Mariana bracket, we're going to have Bowser and NM going to be hopping on the mic. 2 wonderful commentators. So you guys better stay tuned. Grab a snack, bio break, do what you need to do, but make sure you are back here soon to watch the top bracket. And we hope you guys have a wonderful, wonderful afternoon.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Under Pressure. We're going to be starting the bracket here. I, of course, am NM, the one on the right, and I'm happy to be joined here today by my co-host Bowser here as we are getting into the first round. I'm not really sure what to expect. I'll be seeing what the teams are shortly, but I am excited to see whatever team is going on. I'm excited to see what comps are running, whatever is going to happen.
Yeah, I'm extremely excited as well. This is I've been doing back-to-back Splatoon, Overwatch, Valorant, Splatoon, so I'm so excited to watch more shooters. Something about like watching like competitive Overwatch and then Valorant and seeing the differences between that and Splatoon has been like really fun for me. Coming back to Splatoon though, like I had to explain to all the Overwatch guys, I was like, yeah, you don't know how fast Splatoon is until you play it. Like it's nuts, and they're like, yeah, okay, we'll have to check it out. So hopefully I got some more players in.
Oh, that is...
You know I convert them.
Yes, dude. I remember when I did the same thing in like an Apex Legends, the Global Championship. I was talking to a bunch of like Apex Legends players. I was talking to Cloud9. I was talking to Elevate. I was talking to Dark Zero, who went on to win the thing. And I was just talking to them about Splatoon, and they were interested too. But I'm not sure they're going to do anything with that. But still, getting the stuff out there is really nice. But the teams we got going on here today is Ali Supremacy versus Honeycomb. I did watch a little bit of the stream before this, and I totally forgot it was an FA and a team tournament. So I was like, wait, they put Squeak and Adapt and these other players on the same team? I thought for a second the seeding was a bit busted, but no, I forgot the team thing. But yeah, that is a really strong team, of course, having Adapt, Squeak, some other members in there. They've gotten some results so far in other tournaments. Like I remember they did like Homecoming. I comped a little bit of that, and Ali Supremacy, they got some nice members too. They got Babella. I mean, not Babella, my bad. They got Ali, of course. And they also got Dio. Dio is on Ali Supremacy.
Oh.
Nice seeing Dio. He's been really interested in the Dapple Dualies lately. I am hoping he plays the Dapple Dualies here. Come on, man.
I've been here for the start of the NM Dapple Dually series. Y'all need to know that, like, I was at Big House and M's like, yeah, I'm getting into Dapple Dualies, you know? And then Big House, I'm a Dapple Dually main. And now you're like, pop it up. Anyone says Dapple Dualies, NM is there. Has alerts set up in every Discord. Someone says Dapple Dualies, NM shows up.
It's just like any tactical weapon, but for some reason my Dapples have been getting results. Just yesterday I beat a member of Spark with Dapple Dualies in an official tournament. And I'm like, what? It was the It's Dangerous to Go Alone series. And that was the team I was really scared about. They 3-0'd us in pool. And then we went up against them in semifinals, and I switched from NZAP to Dapple Dualies, and I just started going crazy.
I love that. I love hearing that, and I'm such a fan of like playing the off-meta weapons, so I get that. And looks like we are going underway to our first match. It's Rainmaker, Sturgeon Shipyard. Y'all know this map. We got some wonderful checkpoints now to go for, some alternative paths. It should be a really good time here. Look at we have a sploosh. Hold on, there's a sploosh and a ballpoint in this match. Talk to me.
Wait, Dio's wearing sploosh. This is insane. No. What? Like, of course it's gonna be really good with Shredding the Rainmaker. I guess Dio really wants to use that Ultra Stamp now that it's been fixed, but he's gonna go down to that Splat Bomb and 3 down in Ali Supremacy as the Rainmaker is already going on the left side. Squeak already taking it across, almost at that checkpoint with really no contesting going on. What is happening?
I don't know if they even needed that bubbler. I like seeing the splash roller coming out. It's the regular roller is such a fun weapon, and I'm happy to see it get some use cases here. Oh, they're still gonna sneak it in for a little bit more. Ooh, we love to see that. 39 points remain. That's the wipe, but hey, that's a great way to start. And now you're going to see Ally Supremacy here moving in to cover some space. Actually, look at how fast their team got control of the map. That's actually incredibly efficient. They're going to rush that checkpoint, and I don't know if Honeycomb's in the spot to stop it immediately. No, it doesn't look like it. They're going to go in. They make it, but they still need to get a little more extra credit to match Honeycomb's lead, and of course they go down there. So I like the coverage. I like how fast they got there, but where was the support? I felt like they probably could have turned that into a lead if they pushed all into the same side of the map, but it was a little weird. Maybe they all lost their 1v1s?
seems like they all just weren't together. The Rainmaker was off separately, and then once they got the checkpoint, they were the only ones left alive. So it was pretty much curtains for them there. But as I say that, 2 down are going to go down on Honeycomb. As Ali Supremacy is trying to push up here, we see the Splash trying to throw some burst bombs as the E-Leader is keeping their ground in mid, but they got to retreat. Of course, putting ink mines so that they know if anybody gets on them, they know their positioning. As we see Adapt here with Squeak, but Dio with the ultra step coming in.
No.
No way, you just got ultra stamped, bro.
You can't tell me that everyone else in this chat, myself included, you threw that stamp at the wall. You did not clear that box and get that shot there. Everyone on the map is dead but one player right now. What is this opening match, dude? This is I'm so happy to be back in Splatoon every time.
Dude, I am like,
after watching Overwatch and Valorant all weekend and calming these other esport titles, this is an absolute treat right now. We got splooshes, we got rollers. I couldn't be happier right now.
yeah, Dio coming out, doesn't get the pick on the roller, but is, oh, nope, there they go. Trying to go with that curling bomb. Of course, that's going to be really predictable for a sploosh, and like a roller too. If you're trying to follow, oh my god, it is just the roller left alive.
One person coming in now. They have to win this fight. Oh, no, they don't need to win the fight. You know what they need to do? Get a pick and get it to 15. That's such a nasty advantage because that's almost knocking out. That's going to really push Ally here to have to put some work in. And they're probably going to just play for a reset. That's the right play. There's no one else on the map right now, so no one's going to be stealing that. Oh, no one's going to be stealing that as long as you take out that player. Ally finally going down. Wait, was that an ally on the side of... Wait. Hold on.
There are multiple allies. There are multiple.
I'm losing my mind. Hold on.
Ally and Ally Supremacy, yeah, there are multiple of them, but as we see, Tetra Allies is going in, but their kill gets stolen by Dio. So that's a piece later. Oh, but they're gonna get picked off on the roller.
I think the only roller slower than the startup of Ultra Stamp is Dynamo. So that was an ego challenge and a half there for Dio.
Yes, if you don't know, I have been on my Dynamo arc too. I've been playing it, not really in tournaments lately, but I've been loving it a lot.
Look at Switch's movement here. Oh no, gets traded. I thought that was going to be a kill for sure. Nice attempt on that play there. Rainmaker back at mid. And this is going to be a good time to start. And Ally Supremacy needs to start soon because, let me tell you, 50 seconds left on the clock. You got to make something happen soon. They have map control, but the 4K is setting up.
As we see here, Crabtank coming out from one of the alleys, trying to push in, sees Adapt, but is not going to get the pick. As the Rainmaker is going to go on that right side, but he's going to get picked off. But who did it? 2 down on the side of Ally Supremacy. Last 30 seconds.
No.
Oh, they are wiped. This is really not good for them. Chada could just keep position here and make sure nobody goes on that left side for them. And they get the win. That's all they need to do. And they have a big bubbler at the ready. So they could just put one of those last couple seconds right on the Rainmaker, and that's GG's. Last 10 seconds, they
Here it
need
is.
to address.
Dio's gonna go for it, but... Oh, that was a really smart Reef Slider. Hold on, this could be disastrous. They needed to clear out the rest of the players, and not enough time to make that play happen. Honeycomb will get game number 1.
Yeah, that was insane match. So much happening, so many off-meta picks, but honestly, chat, listening, you don't need to play meta to be good at the game. If you want to play off-meta, go for it, do it. Play sploosh, play, I don't know, Aerospray, Undercover, whatever you want. You can make stuff work. If I can beat some of the best NA players in a big house scrim with dapples, you can do anything.
I have a 75% win rate in ranked with only Tri-Stringer. Listen, you can make it happen in this game. And I'm with NM on this one, chat. Meta's good. Meta's important because it's telling you what's working and what's punishing the punished stuff now. However, with a new game like Splatoon 3, there isn't going to be as much time invested in those lower end weapons, those less used weapons. Have fun with it. Find out what kinds of plays you can make. And there are weapons that people know are strong, like the Splat Roller, that aren't bad weapons, that can do a great job, and with a kit like Bubbler can put in a ton of work. Hey, you know what? throw down with it. See where if your team can work with it, because there are a lot of team comps with flexibility in this game, and I think you can make a lot work. And I loved seeing that both teams had some fun in their kits, and I love that.
No, utilizing him so well. It was also like the Ultra Stam coming out from Dio with the sploosh. Just had really great plays at some point, especially with that double kill, stealing kills from the Tetra user. They are showing that they can make their weapon work now that, Ultra Stamp got fixed in the patch. It's not, broken anymore. So now we can see it being used, but we are going to go on their second round here. Clam Blitz, Eeltail, Alley. It is a very linear map, so of course, stuff that could just close the gap are going to be very useful here, and it's going to be Clam Blitz, so coordination is going to be one of the biggest things that's going to make or break team plays.
Yeah, this is probably one of the scrappiest maps and modes in the game. There's almost no escape. There is some high ground play here. There are some flank routes if you're too focused on a fight, but you're not getting away from the fight in this mode. However, you do get the entirety of top mid. That does help split the map up more than say zones, but this still turns into a very, very scrappy map. Actually, no, it's the exact same as Rainmaker too.
Okay. Yeah, no, it is.
Oh, wow. My God, what a shot. Oh, wait, they're all dead? Wait, hold on.
What? Wipe out immediately. We are not even catching up.
I just made it. Okay, so we're scoring.
What?
All right. So Honeycomb, points on the board. One player down, but 48. What a great push. I mean, talk about a scrap, right? Don't lose that opening fight. You can't afford to lose your whole squad. Oh my goodness. Texture now. This is your only shot. You have to get some ink back. Okay, you know what? Land those shots. Good work. Getting their whole team back in right now. Whew, you gotta recover from that mentally. You can't let that get to your head, that is kind of a brutal opening to a match.
Yeah, no, that is definitely brutal. I did not even get to touch on how I feel like Splatoon is a pretty interesting choice. They are really good in this meta right now, but they get hella overshadowed by something like Splash. So seeing them here and also getting the pick on Adapt with the Crab Tank is really good, as 2 down is just the Flings and the Brush. This is their perfect time to push in here, get clams, and score, but they're not really finding the clams. The E-leader just needs one, but one of them gets picked off by Shadow with the Brush coming from behind. That's not going to matter as the Reef Sliders coming in. But they're going to get picked off. Take Squeak with them, though. That's good. As we see Texture keeping back with their E-leader, watching that Brush. It's just the E-leader on the other team, but they weren't able to chain the clams enough, so they got to get another super clam in there.
They got a good score. They got something started. And look, they still have map control. Texture doing a good job staying alive. Wavebreaker out now. And going to throw another ball in. If Texture can get back, score some more, or keep people off the point, that's going to be huge. Yeah, in fact, that's massive. They get the lead from that. So they didn't get it on the first score, but they kept map pressure and were able to secure a lead. And now it's 2-2 for both teams. Let's see what can happen here.
Yeah, they got to push back in here. They have a 26 penalty, but it's not far from lead, so they might be able to get it with just a couple clams and a super clam. But of course, Chata is just trying to keep their area there because they don't really see an opening to push up, as Ally Supremacy just has an iron wall right now, making sure that nobody escapes their grasp. But the killer whale is going to come out. We are getting some specials here. 10 missile, 2 down from Ally Supremacy. 3 down. It is just the E-leader, and I don't think they're going to be enough pressure as they're just jumping back. It is going to be super easy for Honeycomb to get clams in here. Most likely, yep, there it is, taking that lead. Perfect special spam, just coordination. Getting another super clam. They actually could have to stop here.
They have to stop this, and no one can get the last pick. Where were your shots at? Don't let it be you. We've all seen that happen before. But Honeycomb stealing that victory. I mean, I love the counterplay from Ally. And the counterplay was good. They got some excellent pressure in, but Honeycomb just sent it. I'm a little shocked they couldn't get that last pick. They were kind of just running in the open there for a moment. You hate to see it, but you know what? You got to keep your eyes open to this game. Splatoon's pretty fast. You get focused on one target, you'll miss another one.
Yeah, that was really rough. They just had to get that last pick of the machine, and they might be able to have, taken that back. But of course, that is not what happened there, as Honeycomb takes this set 2-0, and it's going to move on to the next round.
Oh, Lovely stuff. God, Splatoon is like, again, I just commentated an Overwatch tournament, and you get these like 10-minute long per side like pushes through all these control points, and there's like so many different team fights. And while the matches are fast, like fast paced, they can take a while, and there's like, you know, you have to wait for your whole team to come back. Splatoon has like a similar setup, right? You have specials, kind of like ultimates and whatnot, but 5 minutes on a clock and how fast everyone moves in this game, I'm always come back and I'm like, oh my goodness, like it's so quick. You blink and you miss it, a whole team's wiped, everyone lost a fight, they're all dead. It's crazy. Always a treat.
Yeah, no, it is just such a fast game. Like I see others, I don't know, it feels a bit sluggish because I've just been raised on competitive Splatoon mostly. Yeah, but with that, yeah, it's crazy.
Clan Blitz, Mako Mart. I still don't know which one I've chosen. This is, I mean, at least everyone knows this. Oh wait, we're not going to map 3. They won. Hold on, I'm tight. Can I get a coffee? Does anyone?
You need a coffee?
Dude, This is the other problem with commentating so many games. 2 out of 3. I'm used to like 3 out of 5 formats, and because I'm usually commentating the later blocks, but no, we're good, Elemental. I'm the problem here. Don't worry. Immediately got asked, "Do you guys need a break?" No, I'm okay. I'm fine. I'm here. Do we know who's going to be coming up next though? Because I'm excited to see more of these teams. This is a pretty fun tournament. There's a bunch of players in this bracket.
Yeah, no, a lot of people, like, a lot of really strong players. I just got a message here. It is going to be, free cosine X versus Yamum. On the side of Yamum, of course, we got Power, Hope, we got Sedu, Lux. I saw these guys play during, during Big House, of course, with Dude, and saw some of their sets, too. Pretty strong team, pretty strong players, so it's going to be hard to take that down. But on the other side, we have Free Cosine X, a top-level pick-up team. I'm not sure about the roster, but I do recognize one of the players, a really good friend of mine, Cynthia, with the Flingza. Very scary. They are very scary with the Flingza roller. Of course, they have played it for so long, using 10 missiles. That's going to be hard for anybody who's going to try to play a backline. Of course, we got other players here like Zenith, 3726. We got Captain Harry. We got good rosters on both sides, so we're going to see how it goes. Starting off on Tower Control Mahi Mahi Resort, though, this is gonna be interesting.
This is our stage, NM. This is the one.
Yes!
If you remember,
Yes!
NM's and I's first time commentating. It was earlier in Splatoon 3's life, and we were on Mahi Mahi Tower, and we both were talking about how the map's a little cursed, and like sort of like we didn't know how good of a design it was, and then we saw maybe the closest match I've ever seen in Splatoon ever, where it went from like, I think it went from like 3 points left, and then the opponent pushed it to 2, and then the opponents pushed it to 1, and then they had to get a knockout to win, and they did. Probably one of the most insane things I've ever seen in my life. So yeah. I no longer hate this map.
Yeah, no, it is. I love it because of that memory, and like whenever I see it, it's like also Dapple Doolies. I love exploiting like, you know, that little side once the water drops, that little perch you can go off of on that left side. I put a beacon there and I just flank every single time, and it works so well.
Goodness, it's fun. Yeah, some of the map modes are a little cursed, but I have a special place in my heart here forever for Mahi Mahi.
I loved this map in the first game. It's a little more neutered now, but you know, it still works in some areas. I still like it on like, yeah, Clan Blitz feels fine, and like Classums is alright too. Not sure about Rainmaker, it feels too short.
Rainmaker is like, I've seen that map go so fast, and then I've seen absolute stalemates on that map. I don't know how I feel about it. Like it's very polarizing, I think.
It definitely is polarizing. Like, I remember I was playing a tournament and I went against this cracked team on that map mode. Q, Madness, Max, Cool Dude, and it was intense. We had such a good stalemate. We had lead for a while, but it flipped back to them eventually. It just fell through the cracks. But yeah, it's either you have a really huge stalemate, or you could just rush it immediately, because right after checkpoint, it's like right there.
It's right there. Yeah, you have to make sure that you don't you don't overcommit on that first checkpoint, because if like 2 or 3 people go down and you have 1 to defend, the match is probably over. Also, then we do have, I think, what universally thought of a very fun Rainmaker map, Scorch Gorge. I hear a lot of people like this map. I like this map, and we're definitely going to see that this set. Also fun. I like the map layout a lot for Scorch Gorge Rainmaker. I think it's fun.
Yeah, no, it on Scorch Gorge is a lot of fun because it's just really good, just trying to push in from that right side, trying to make sure that they are pushing in. I actually just got a DM right now from Cynthia, one of the players of, Free Cosine X. They just leaked their comp to me because, I'm good friends with them. I was just saying, hey, I'm commentating your set, smile. And we're going to be seeing from Free Cosine X, we're going to be seeing Splattershot, we're going to be seeing 52. It seems that Cynthia is not only going to be playing Flimsy here, but might rotate between Junior and Rapid Blaster, which is interesting. Yeah, you don't see a lot of Rapid Blaster nowadays, so it is going to be interesting to see that. And for the last one, it's just general backline, so probably some leaders, probably some maybe Splat Chargers in other scenarios. But it's definitely going to be interesting with that type of comp. I would be excited if I saw Rapid Blaster, because
Rapid Blaster's like, we know it's a good weapon. Like, we know the Rapid Blaster has like the capability to be fantastic. It's just I don't see it, and I understand why. Like, I understand why people are opting for like sloshing machines or whatever, sloshers or whatever else you want to run instead. But it works, and so I'd love to see like a pretty cracked player come out with like the Rapid Blasters and show us just like what you can do with that weapon. I feel like Cynthia's the kind of player that would be able to show us that too.
Yeah, no, Cynthia is really good. I also played with them in, not Big House, Riptide, the first ever Splatoon 3 LAN, and we got like 3rd in our pools, which was a lot of fun because that was also literally the first time I ever played Tacticooler. So I was, well, not literally the first, there was the Splatfest, but first time in a competitive scenario I was playing Tacticooler. So I was learning a lot of things while I was getting some matches in. But of course, we're going to be seeing how 2 months of Splatoon 3, what that does to a person. What do we know now? What are they running now? And what is it going to be?
Yeah, it's crazy because I don't realize how much time's passed. I best have been having so much fun. But like, Splatoon 3, the way it's developed is very interesting. We have such solid choices of weapons. Tacticooler isn't as popular as you think, like you thought it might be, right? But like, it's still such an open place. It doesn't feel like the end of Splatoon 2, right? Of course, where like you had to have the ink army, you had to have the stingray, and everyone and their mother had tentamissiles, and like it was that slow defensive cooldown based, like it kind of felt like, speaking of Overwatch, kind of felt like Overwatch 1, where it turned into like Ultimate Simulator, where like you were just waiting for one combo and then that was your push. And like, instead of like playing more reactive and more aggressively, but Splatoon 3, much more aggressive game, and I feel like so much more works now, that despite the meta being where it's at, there's so many weapons. You could say like, yeah, our team rocks a dynamo, and I'd be like, yeah, I see where that could fit, or a blaster, right, for like we're talking about, and it'd work.
Yeah, like I feel like the meta right now is like there's definitely better options, there's definitely worse options, but nothing feels like it can't be used, and nothing feels like ultra powerful to where it's required to be on a team comp. And I really love that, seeing some off-meta weapons, of course, coming in and finding some good plays. It's just really nice to see that. A far cry from Splatoon 2, where it's like, if you're not a shooter, have fun.
Have fun. You can play... See, Splatoon 2 for Turf War, at least, you were like, fine for messing around with whatever weapon, but the moment you hopped in ranked, you were like, yep, alright. This is my life.
Yeah, no, like, so many weapon classes just did not work. Like, let me think of, like, everyone. Dualies just could not work against, like, MPU weapons that had one-shots because, ink res, that point free, it just picks them off. Chargers and blasters, ink armor, they just did not like ink armor at all. Umbrellas just, they stopped working correctly due to patches. They just nerfed that thing to the ground for some reason, which sucked. I really like using the Kunder before that thing got nerfed to oblivion. I'm thinking, what else? Sloshers had some use. Yeah, no, they had it rough though. Of course,
Unless you're the
just
Kensa machine.
true. Tenth Machine had a lot of good use just because it had that fizzy machine pairing. Splatlings, yeah, 10 missiles plus. I mean, not really Ink Armor did anything against it, but yeah, 10 missiles did not have fun. Literally, if you're like, I almost want to set at Riptide against like Rock.com, Greguru, Turtle. I'm forgetting the last guy. It was like 2-2 down to the nines, and we lost because we literally got GG raid. That's how bad it was. Literally pull out one special, it's over.
Yeah, it's just, it's so nice to be in this game right now where it's so fresh, it's so offensive, it's so open. It's nice. It's a good change. I think the more like esports and competitive games develop, the more we're learning that we like good aggression. We like our aggression to feel like it's worth a damn, that offensive choices have impact. You need to have defense that complements the offense, right? Like counterplay is also good. But when your game turns into there's no option, there's always something that's oppressive, which then flips the game from being offensive flexibility to defensive requirements, it ends up turning on upside down, and you get things like the Goats meta in Overwatch 2, or you get Splatoon 2 Ink Armor meta, right, and Tentamissiles, and it's just, it sucks. Like, it's not like the game's bad. Like, you'll play it and you'll never be like, this is a bad game, but you'll always wish that you could do more with it. And then you get changes like in Splatoon 3, and you realize like what you were missing. The GG, right? I'm seeing a chat. Oh.
Yeah, the GG, right? I feel like a lot of players have they're coming off of it now, but like this definitely hit me a little bit, but I got over it quick. Is like players that played stuff that just spam specials. Now we have to think differently. And for me, I'm still spamming specials, but of course I'm being more aggressive with those specials. It's just I'm spamming specials because of how tactical it works. I'm dead, and then I literally keep my special charge, so it's just way more easier to actually spam my special. I'm getting more tacticalers than I ever got Ink Armors and missiles. Well, not missiles. I think I got more missiles. But yeah, and we don't even have to worry about the meta that we have right now being forever, because we literally next month we're probably going to get a huge shakeup with new weapons, new maps, and a new big balance patch update. So this is just launch meta.
Yeah, this is a good time to be a Splatoon fan, and I'm also happy too, because like, how many new people got into Splatoon 3? It was one of the best-selling games in Japan. The fastest-selling game ever? Something insane like that? Like, I forget. Somebody might have the stat for me. There were some nutty stats for Japan alone on Splatoon 3, but, like, how many new players are here coming into this much healthier game with all these wonderful maps and modes, and some of them might be cursed, but you know what? It's all a lot more fun than it was in Splatoon 2, in my opinion. And now, it's only going to go up from here, I believe, so...
Yeah, it can only go up from here. I feel like I am so excited to see how Splatoon goes, and I'm also excited to see so many like different weapon pools change up. Like right now, I'm playing Zap, I'm playing Dappleguis, I'm playing Dynamo, but I know for a fact that is not going to be my weapon pool for long. It could even shake up within this next update, or in the end meta, and of course with patches and stuff. I am so excited to see what other weapons I'm going to be picking up. But of course, that's going to depend on balance patches, plus, you know, new weapons being introduced and me going like, oh, well, that kit or that main weapon actually looks really good. I really want to try that. I'm really excited to see where this goes.
So as a stringer player, now that I'm officially a Dualian stringer player, I'm curious what they're going to give me, because we have Reflux, which plays more like a blaster with a charge hold, and then you have Tri-Stringer, which plays like the strangest charger you've ever fought. And I'm wondering if we're going to get like some modification to the bomb mechanic, or if we're going to get like a slingshot next or something, like another string weapon. I feel like there's a lot of places they can go with it, and like in only having two weapons, right? And same with Splatana, it just makes you think like, what could they do? Can you imagine if they make dually Splatanas? Like what do you do with that? Like, that'd be so sick. Or like dual crossbows, like you get like dual stringer.
Like,
Lose my mind.
I'm thinking like you have like crossbows that you have like on your hands. And,
Give
like,
me some Diablo 3 action here. Listen, I want it. I live my Demon Hunter dreams out in Splatoon.
That is such a good concept. What I want is like more basic because I've been playing NZAP for one reason since Splatoon 1, and that's the reason I still play today, among others, that I played the weapons for so long. Give me more Nintendo items. I want a super scope charger.
Where's my super scope? Where's
Yes.
my super scope?
But like with the introductions of Splatanas and Stringers, that opens a whole door. Can we get like a Wiimote or a Master Sword in Splatoon?
Wait, can I get the do you remember Link's crossbow training with the Wii and nunchuck controller? Dude, where is my Wii assault rifle for playing Call of Duty Black Ops on Wii? Listen, I have a need here, Nintendo, that must be fulfilled.
Yes, I feel like there's so much potential for that weapon brand because like we did see the NZAP 85 and 89 of course in Splatoon 1, and Splatoon 2 we got the bomb launcher, which was an ultra machine, of course being one of the toys they manufactured in the 60s 70s before they eventually went to video games. But as we were talking, the set is happening.
Oh, we actually have a match. Let's go.
Yeah, let's see what comps we got going on here. Splash Junior Machine Leader, of course, pretty basic. But on the other side, we have pretty basic.
All right, no, hey, after all that talk about meta and whatnot, hey, here it is. The 52 gal is going to be pretty important here for the frontline weapon, one of the frontline weapons of choice. I think, unless it's dead, never mind. I'll stop talking. I'm just going to kill players left and right. E-Leader doing its job, looking for picks. And this is such a good map for E-Leader too. In this first opening, you have these chokes too. It's really hard to navigate.
Yeah, as we see Power here, just trying to keep watch 2 down on the side of Furiko Sign X, as Zenith is just hiding behind that wall. The Booyah Bomb is going to come out as they are going to be picked off by it, plus the machine, as we see they are pushing up here at that second checkpoint. 3 down, it is just the splash. It is not looking good as the water is rising, and they are moving on to the 3rd checkpoint immediately. On this map, the second checkpoint, you want to make sure they're gone, but like, yeah, we were seeing fire picks here. It is going wild as we see the big bubbler just staying on the tower. It is not looking good, and yeah, that is GG's with your mom taking that first match pretty much one and done there. They got that initial push, and that was enough to snowball it in.
I didn't get to see enough of the frontline action to tell you, but let's be real. The 4K pipe from Power there, that was some great sniping. That was just pick after pick. You weren't allowed to play the game.
Yeah, no, they had some good stuff there. Lovely seeing Leader getting some use in this game.
Oh, good snipers. Let me tell you, when you have a player that can just pick, like, and especially when you're like, so like, I learned a lot of competitive COD during the pandemic, like during the pre-vaccination era, and having a good like AR player, or in Splatoon's case, a Charger player, and you're like trying to push something, and just over your shoulder, you just see some ink trail come flying out and blow someone up. You're like, thanks. Like, it's such a nice feeling having an angel looking over your shoulder like that. I'm a fan.
Yeah, no, that is really good. Making sure that everybody is always safe in that regard, making sure they're not getting picked off. That is what you want in a backline player, making sure that you're going to be safe, and also making sure that other players are just not having the light of day. Making sure that you have also a good backline option, getting your team jumps if they get picked off, and keeping yourself safe. That is what you want, and that is what we saw there, that Leader really focusing there. Of course, moving on to the next round, Rainmaker, Scorch Gorge, the classic.
A nice, fun map, good layout, easy design, wonderful chokes. It's a very competitive map, and I've seen some really great plays here, some excellent wipes. Scorch Gorge, other than Splat Zones, which I still find mildly cursed, is a very fun map, I think, and encourages some very competitive compositions, a lot of good dueling, good cover to play around. It emphasizes everything I like to see out of a competitive match.
Yeah, no, it's just a really good map for that. Of course, it is the literal poster box map, of course. But it also, on Rainmaker and Clamblitz, it's just that perfect map. It feels nice to push in for the Rainmaker. Of course, the Rainmaker is right next to the spawn, but I feel like that's what you want, so it gives the other team a fair chance in order to make sure that they can, push back in, get the win for themselves. Checkpoints in a really nice spot, really nice path to push in. Of course, there's the path on Greats, which you take in that rare scenario, but of course, the right path is, it feels good to push on.
And then, of course, after that, if we do see a comeback from 3 Cosine, then we'll be going to make a Mark Clam Blitz, which, again, is just sort of a classic mode. Everyone from Splatoon 2 knows that one, so should be pretty competitive. But it looks like we're getting in to match number 2 here. Well, let's get a look at those compositions. Hope I get to see some more E-Leader or Splatter Shot action here. No, I don't. Wait, yes, I do? Bamboozler?
Zap 2?
Excuse me, timeout. This is wonderful. Everything is great. We have Dapples and Zap. We have Bamboozler. I'm living. I'm living.
All right. Look, staff, players, give me the replay code for this. I want to see everyone's perspective after. This is such a good match. But we're seeing the Booyah Bomb already coming out here. As you see the Junior trying to go on that right side, we're getting the big bubbler coming out. It is 2 down. Sifia is not a good style, trying to get back. It is just Snoo. Wipe out. It is time to pick up the Rainmaker. Power picking it up, also getting the tactical buff, making them really fast with, of course, 29 AP of swim speed. Gets you really fast with that Rainmaker, almost instant with the checkpoint. As they already pop it again, of course, Dapple Dualies with that Object Shredder basically built into their weapon, but getting picked off here. But to the rescue, the Junior, along with the Machine, gonna try to push in again, but there is a Crab Tank keeping watch, making sure that they can get that opening for the Bamboo to try to push in, but that Trizuka out of nowhere coming in, getting that pick, trying to find anybody else. As we see, they're trying to push back up with the Dapple Dualies. I honestly am interested. They have the Junior, but they also have the Dualies picking it up. It seems that they're using the Junior for that big bubbler to give them, like, pretty secure pushes.
That seems like the right play to go for. I also love the way that 3 Cosine played that. They unfortunately did lose out on that early fight, but they had one player dive the Rainmaker, causing a stall. And so far, that stall's been working. They're able to keep the fight going here. They got the Rainmaker reset barely, but now they're going to have to push in and get a few more picks. Hope and Power looking good right now on the flanks. They're going to be able to cause some problems here. 3 Cosine needs to find a way in right now. Zenith is in a good spot. Can't get anything started there. I thought that might have turned into a pick for sure. No, oh my goodness. Gets taken out by, was that a bomb or just Hunty going off?
It seems like Hunty's just, going off here, but they're going to try to push in. There is a killer whale coming out from the Bamboo, so they got to be a little bit careful. Their whole team is right beside them. This is perfect time for a push. Perfect snipe on Snoo with that Trizuka, but Cynthia is going to come in and basically take a trade, and I hear that jingle. It is tactical time, so you already know that Dapples has the Rainmaker, and they're going to try to push in. Again, if you have Tacticooler, there is no consequence for going in and trying to get as many picks as possible because you are back in an instant. And that goes the same for trying to get that Rainmaker in there. You're back in an instant. It's just like a failed attempt,
Oh, this is actually big. They're catching the redeploys. Scott has to not go down here. That they're pushing him on back. We have the Rainmaker. I'm wondering how far they're going to push. Scott's got to find these picks. Unfortunately, gets traded out. Cynthia with the Rainmaker, gonna start bombarding, trying to get some pressure in here. Zenith trying to find this pick on the right side, but that's a Booyah Bomb. That's gonna split your team up pretty horribly. Oh no, that's a really good play from your mom right there to split things up.
Really good play from them. Oh, coming in here on that right side with the big bubbler, trying to protect themselves, but they actually get picked off in their big bubbler. Truly tragic. This is their time to push in. It is just the Dapple Dually, but they can't stay alive. But the shot saves them, but goes down. Scott is right there. It is just a Machine and a Junior, and they have the but no, gets picked off by something else. Setu goes down, but it's pretty much a trade. They have the perfect resources, and there we go. They get that checkpoint. That's what they really needed. The Zap is going to go down, but they got that check. But 2 are going to go down here. It is just Snoo on that side. They are trying to get back. It is not looking good for them right now, as we are just a minute left.
Yeah, I feel like, unfortunately, Cynthia pushed the checkpoint too early there without the proper cover, and then that put them on the back foot. They were able to get the checkpoint, Cynthia slamming it down on redeploy, but but now they're fighting on the back foot, and they gotta win these fights. Although that is one way to do it. Snoo, after staying alive in that fight, is gonna be in a good position to push. Gets taken out. Can Scott get the pick? Yes, that's gonna allow them to get in there and start moving this Rainmaker. They might be able to get a play started, but Power is finding pick after pick. Oh no, the clapback is so strong. Power looking beautiful on those Dapples. Love to see that.
Oh, you'll have to see it, having really good beacon placement. Of course, Dapples, from experience, what they really love is good beacon placement and tacticals, but they are going to go down here from Snoo with that splash. They are trying to push and seize Pope. It is their perfect chance to pick them off. As they do, the Tacticaler is at the ready, and they have a Crab Tank at the ready too. But the Booyah is going to come out trying to disperse them, but doesn't disperse them too much. Snoo, you got to pick up that Tacticaler. It won't hurt you. The Dapples are going to go down. This is their chance to push. Crab Tank coming out trying to get Hunty, but Hunty is trying to go for a flank. They're going to ignore them, but just as I expected, they come from the behind, take out that Crab Tank. It is in overtime. They have to get the Rainmaker here. The Bamboo going to pick it up, but can they push it? They're going to be pushing back right now. Not good. They already got that checkpoint, so they literally have only one push to get this. As Power is out, but no! They get out.
That's their push. This is their chance. You have to survive the missiles. We survived Zenith. How much time is left on that Rainmaker? I can only imagine we're getting a little close to the kill timer on it. Gotta push in here. You have someone on the back line you have to deal with, and you have people coming to the front line. The pinch has started. Can you push it in? Avoid that suction bomb.
Oh, so close.
What is the score? I gotta know. They got real close to where, wow. 50-46.
So close, but that was really good from both teams. I loved seeing, of course, a tactical from both teams. It is really good on Rainmaker. It has that really good Rainmaker niche, of course, making that Rainmaker Rainmaker carrier super speedy. But honestly, it was lovely seeing the Dapples just going for those aggressive plays, and seeing a top player like Power go for them too was just beautiful.
Yeah, Power's dually play there, and as NM and I will both tell you as dually players, incredible stuff. They are your entry players. If you can get a dually player into a fight, they have the potential to outplay everyone in their vicinity. You just got to have the movement, the dodges, and the aim, and if you get it all right, oh, you get away with what Power did there. And Power made it look easy. Power made it look easy, and that's when you know they're cooking. Love to see that. Great work from your mom. Unfortunate from 3 cosine, but I saw some good plays. I was so looking forward to that push. I mean, we're talking just a few points off. If they even dodged one more shot, maybe they could have made it. Crazy, crazy stuff. Love me from some Splatoon. Oh.
Yeah, I know. That was crazy games, but GG both teams. You guys did really good stuff. But with that being said, I think it is time to take a quick short break before we go on to round 3, which is going to be a best of 5.
Ooh, we'll see you all soon. To Under Pressure, we have Jackpot versus, I need that name one more time, Legato. Excellent. So this should be a good one, of course. Jackpot, I think, needs no introduction, but in case you don't know, they're an amazing team. Nothing short of incredible players. And Leafy being one of my favorite Slayers of all time. I watched Leafy get some absolutely disgusting plays at Big House. Big fan. And then Legato. Do you know more about them than I do, NM? I assume so.
Jackpot, it's interesting to see, of course, I know all these individual players. Q being the one to discover that Respawn Punisher meta at the PAX West Invitational, but also, they disbanded, so seeing them come back for this is like, ooh, that's interesting. Of course, also Legato coming out. We got Tuxter, we got Kuvia, Gramer 2, Crash. Gonna see some nice stuff. Probably some Flingzos on that side, if I had to guess.
Flingzos are one of our favorites, NM.
Yes, I love watching Miss Flingzos.
Oh, more good memories. Things that'll never leave my consciousness. What was it? 11 seconds?
11 seconds, Flingza, missiles, DC.
DC, a communication error. Lives rent-free in my head. One of the funniest moments of my life. But yeah, no, this is some great Splatoon teams coming up. So like if you're looking for like competitive matches, you're gonna see some very, very, very competitive play here. And I'm excited. I mean, not that our last match wasn't, but this is a pretty strong showing here. I'm very excited to see. And do you have the map list in front of you? Oh my goodness, I love you, Elemental. All right, so this is 3 to 5, by the way. So first to 3, and our first one's gonna be everyone's favorite, Splat Zones on Hagglefish.
Really good. Of course, with this one here, it is just really good for like players to flank for those side batches. But for the support player, whether it be Zap, Junior, whatever weapon they're going for, they're going to focus on one thing and one thing only: painting that zone and nothing else. Literally every time I play this in a tournament, that's all I'm doing because it is so easy to contest it. So that's literally all I do. I never push up. I just press ZR on the zone, win. But yeah, it's gonna be nice seeing that there. Of course, I would love to play Dynamo on this map, but there's no like big thing to stand on. I mean, there's like that canopy, but it doesn't really reach far for my horizontal flick. It's just sad, but I do play it sometimes because Dynamo's fun.
Dynamo's fun. And then we have tower control on Wahoo World after that, which I think is. I feel like it's better than Splat Zones, but I feel like I don't enjoy anything there, so I'm not the one to talk about Wahoo. And then we will at least definitely see my favorite map that I know everyone hates me for. I love me some Undertow Spellway, and I think Rainmaker there is totally fun, so I'm looking forward to these first 3 maps. See how they handle it. In we go. Game number 1, Hagglefish. Let's see what we got. Heavy Splatling.
That is really nice to see. You don't see that a lot, of course, being kind of overshadowed a bit by the leader. But seeing that here is going to be really nice. Seeing the Respawn Punisher coming out from Cube with that Splat Charger, Splat Dualies also, and as I said, the Flingza coming out from Legato. As both teams are pushing in for that zone at the start, but who's going to take it? The Flingza is going to go down to the Charger as they put a big bubble on the zone. It is a pretty clear cap for Jackpot as they are just keeping their zone, they're keeping their space, making sure. Ooh, got a nice snipe on Cuvia right there.
That was beautiful. And one of the things I like about that play, too, please don't die to that, is the bubbler, right? Because that bubbler, not only does it protect them, but in a mode like zones, it blocks line of sight. So you can't easily paint the rest of the zone. That's going to buy you time, let you push up or recover or get redeploys or whatever have you. And it's going to work well. But look at this flank. Let's see if it works. There's one from the Slosher. There goes the second one, and they're in control, stopping it at 50 points. Legato, great play there. Leafy's down, so that means they're just going to have free reign to set up shop here. And the heavy Splatling with a million walk speed is just going to run around and get destroyed by Jared on the flank. Some Dualies player doing Dualies things. Love to see it.
Of course, they also have a splash there too, which is really, it's weird, but it's nice seeing them in tandem because that's double crab tank. We saw that splash just got rid of their crab tank, but the dualies getting it back out and making sure they have ultimate pressure power with that thing. Crab tank is just, but the
Good morning. Did you have your coffee this morning? Didn't notice the reticles on you? Unfortunate, but Crass is surely gonna take one of those. You don't say no to that. That's kind of free. There goes some more missiles. Goodness me, they're gonna lose control at that point pretty quickly. Can they get it back? Yes, they do. Legato needs to get control this quick, but Leafy doing what Leafy does best. Winning some fights, gonna come over, get the flank here. I assume the comms might be a little bit in disarray because you have to call a player on the backside like this. Leafy gets away with murder, and now is gonna have a wonderful perch for Crab Tank if they so choose, but they're actually gonna push up here. This is an even better spot for the Crab Tank. This is looking like it's gonna be a knockout.
Leafy with that triple kill, going for that good perch. Even if they pick him off there finally, it is just not going to be enough as Jackpot takes that first game. Legato had something good going, but just Leafy had the perfect flank, getting a triple pick, and then just capping the zone, pushing up, getting the Crab Tank on their canopy. It was over.
Yeah, you have to imagine with the swim speed of Splatoon and the time to kill for the splatter shot, right? The time to splat is so short. If you get killed by Leafy and you know that is like one of their best Slayer players, you gotta call it immediately. Leafy's on our back line so that everyone turns, so that everyone knows, because if you can take them out, you'll relieve so much of that pressure. But Leafy gets in and gets away with murder, and look at that, takes the round like that. Difficult stuff, very difficult stuff to deal with. But of course, I don't think you'll find a more professional team than Jackpot in that regard. They when they get their openings, they crush it.
Yeah, no, they do really good. Just, you already saw they had good supporting specials to keep that space with Q and the junior coming out, of course, having that big bubble and ink back, and having the double crab tank being for Slayers, and of course aggressive from Jared and Leafy were great. But we are moving on to tower control. On Wahoo World, of course, as you said, it does not feel good, and I gotta agree. The tower feels like, especially at the start, it feels like it's in a weird path at the first half. It goes like pretty much in a zigzag sort of thing, so it's really hard to fight it. And then for the second half, it's actively going away from the spawn, only to come back in just at the end. So if they get that second check and they're pushing in, it is so hard to try to take them off before they get to that fair check. It's literally, second to fair check is so free unless you can push incorrectly. But we're gonna see the comps coming out here. We have Shot Heavy, Machine Fling's a pretty good comp from their side, but we're seeing Leafy go to the Nautilus this time around.
Oh, Leafy's pretty good with the Nautilus. This should be fun. And I saw something in chat and I want to make note of it. Jackpot is so coordinated, it's like a hive mind. You're completely correct. Good comms can make the difference between so many teams. I feel like you can get a team of okay shots that know the game mechanics, but if their comms are impeccable, they're going to cause problems, because the better you can communicate information in a game as chaotic as Splatoon, the more you can clean up fights and stop problems or back off when it's needed. Dying in Splatoon isn't horrible if you get the player advantage, but redeploys and whatnot still take time. If you can keep players alive, you can keep specials in check and make the trades accordingly, man, the strategy's all there. All you need to do is land a shot after that. So it's pretty big stuff.
Yeah, no, it's really good for, getting those picks, having that number advantage, which we see a 3v3.
Speaking of damage.
Yeah, no, it is just the Fleets actually out here right now, but Leafy sees them, got him in their sights, is trying to pick him off. They were trying to stay safe here, trying to make sure they're not aggressing anybody, but Storm coming out from Leafy, gonna apply that chip damage, making sure that they can get some easy splats, as Leafy is going in immediately on their left, but seeing, maybe that's not the play, I'm gonna back out a little bit, but flings up the flank, but that's nothing compared to a big bubbler. As we see, they're literally just storming as they are just trying to get in there, as they are just, it's game.
Let me talk about comms one more time. You need to stay coordinated to fight a team like Jackpot. Did you see that? They dropped a bubbler on the point. 3 players 3 players from Legato jumped on top of them to stop the point, and there was a trade of 1-for-1 and a player super jumping in, and they didn't notice it. Jared cleans it up and walks it in for free. You have to keep your eyes open. You have to stay on your toes, and you have to stay coordinated. You don't have a moment to rest against a team like Jackpot. You must keep your eyes on it at all times. That super jump is a dangerous super jump, in that in some scenarios it could be bad, but in a scenario where you have to wait for the tower to return all the way to mid, it's free pressure, and that non-stop pressure is something you'd expect out of Jackpot. So great stuff to them. Legato gonna have to clean this up a little bit, or you're gonna be going down here in round 3. Rainmaker at Undertow is a scrappy map, of course, very duel centric, very heavy on the fights and the movement. That's gonna be a hard one, so your fights better be in check for this, or they're gonna run away with it.
Yeah, you gotta make sure you have the right pushes. Make sure that your Rainmaker player is always active, always making sure that they can push in. But of course, we're just gonna have to wait and see what are the comps, what are their plans here. And I'm just truly hoping that they can get the right amount of stuff that they need in order to just go crazy.
You know what, though? Want to hear my controversial pick about this map? And I like splat zones.
How do you like splat zones on this?
There's something, I don't know if it's like good competitively. I don't think I'm going to defend it as a good thing, but like the chaotic urge in me to like watch chaos unfold, that map is the most chaos unfolding you will find in a video game. I love it. It's madness. It is players scrambling like I've never seen in my life. I like playing it. I like commentating it. I think it's just sick and twisted of me, but I love it.
Well, of course, we're just gonna have to wait and see here. But I mean, I can see why you like it. Me, not so much, as I'm always just on those zones. So it is a little bit more tedious to play against those. But we are seeing pretty solid comp. Leafy switching out to the Machine, this staple of Slayers in this meta right now, and of course Machine from the other side too, along with the shot coming out as we're moving on. We're seeing here Q trying to get some picks, but they are 2 down on the side of Jackpot. But they take the Rainmaker surprisingly in this scenario, as Legato just pushes up. A trade coming out. That shot got a really good pick there, but as we're seeing, Jared is coming up with the duel. He's trying to get the slings up. Can't really find that pick though, but they just really want that Rainmaker pop here so they can get some space.
And space they need right now. Again, this is such a choked mid. The fights here get real chaotic, and I like that. Jared's not playing too far up, knows that that's dangerous. Kind of have to let the enemy team come in here to punish them, because you would otherwise need an extraordinary amount of range to make something like that happen. Rainmaker goes down pretty quickly. This is actually a really nice moment for Legato. They're going to get their first lead in this bracket right now, or in this match. Thank goodness, because I think they need this pressure to reclaim some of the momentum they've lost these few games. And I love Kuvia's positioning here with the splatling, but of course you're going to get pushed out by that ink vac. Does anyone get taken out? Oh, Kraz! A force to retreat and then a Booyah Bomb to finish. That's great news for you. Jared unfortunately can't get around that wall in time. Kuvia picks up one up on the retreat. This is actually looking great for Legato. This is what I wanted to see. I said they need to get their act together, and damn, they showing me.
Yeah, no, they're getting stuff done. They are making sure that they get the plays, they get the picks, they get the objective going. But as you're seeing here, Jared is pushing them on that heavy, takes them out. Machine going down too. Not much left. It is just Huckster. It's pretty much pick off for them, but they're going to take Leafy down with them. Huge trade for both sides, as of course Leafy being an aggressive player as they are, giving them down is always good, as Jared is pushing up with the crab tank, trying to keep that pressure. Hits Kuvia but can't really find the pick as 10 missiles are coming out, almost takes out Jared. Jared is so weak, gets picked off. It is just 2 left, and Huckster is coming from the flank, gets the Junior, but a Q with that ink vac able to protect themselves and pick off Huckster there as they are ready for their push.
Yeah, and Q also got everyone in. Good redeploys, and now sniping like a champion. 2 more picks. You cannot ask for anything better, as Jackpot is about to get their lead back. Let's see if they can keep it up. They only have 1 point to go. Break that Rainmaker, and it should be free. What a... Oh, trade? No. No, someone did get traded out. Okay, but they lost the Rainmaker, but that is their lead. Legato now, they're going to be the ones that have to push it, and Leafy is in a really dangerous spot for them. Good movement. Oh, don't get caught. Don't let Leafy get away with that. Ends up putting the Rainmaker on hold again. These stalls are important with only 2 minutes left. Every second counts here. Oh, goodness, Q, run for your life. Okay, good. We're surviving that one.
Solo missile is always really scary to see, especially if you're playing a weapon like a charger. You never want to see that. But as we're seeing here, 2 down on the side of Legato. The other 2 have specials, so it's their best to wait for their teammates to revive and then maybe to get their specials, or just keep what they have, as they're trying to find a way in, but can't really seem to find it.
Oh, almost finding a pick. They're going to have to dodge these rockets, bait them out. Good Final Fantasy 14 mechanics there. Don't wipe the raid. Love to see it. Oh, goodness. Nice. Oh, I love that jump, actually. Did they get that shot? No, okay. I thought they got that shot. They got that shot.
Yeah, for a wipeout on the side of Legato, as it's pretty much just 3 points for Jackpot. Minute left on the clock, and Jackpot is still keeping their aggression as they are just trying to push that Rainmaker, getting to the parries, getting to the 20. They got the 20. Oh, no.
Oh, no, indeed. Jackpot looking to seal the deal here. Legato did at least get some pressure on them and did have some footing in this match, but my goodness, you got to pick out Jared, because Jared's going to single-handedly win this match if you do not do something about them. Oh, wait, no way.
Oh,
don't let it be you. No one could take out Jared there. Jared walked it in. Jared was like, yep, see ya. You guys are going to miss. See you later. Have a good one.
Yeah, it was just that machine alive, and they were not watching the Rainmakers. So it was pretty much so easy for them to push it and take that win, as Jackpot is going to move on to... They're going to move on to Grand Finals.
One of my moderators came into this chat and wrote the C9. I love to see it. Honest to God, Jackpot. What do you expect from them? Top tier play, phenomenal stuff. And I thought they had broken up, but it looks like they're still very much together. Still much have that coordination. Still one of the scariest teams I've ever seen in Splatoon. I'm always amazed by some of the plays and stuff they make, and they just show you what you have to be if you want to be a top team. They give you the outline. They tell you every single bit, and they show you with their gameplay. It's so fantastic. But Legato, hopefully we see you on the loser side of the bracket, but Jackpot, sitting in grands, sitting pretty.
Yeah, there is no losers bracket.
There's no losers here, right?
But they do have a third place match they are going to play with whoever loses between Cookies and Cream and Yamum.
Oh, okay, good. Hopefully Legato does well there. Of course, they had some good plays there, and I like their setup, so hopefully, with any luck, they can make a name for themselves in that third place match.
Yeah, but with that being said, we are going to go on break for just a little bit. Of course, waiting for that other semis game to finish up. We will see you guys shortly with the next match, Grand Finals.
See you soon. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Under Pressure. We got a grand finals match coming for you. I'm very excited. Wait, is this grand finals or is this? Yes, this is actually grand finals. So we're gonna watch a wonderful, lovely match. NM, how you feeling?
I am feeling so excited because the teams we have here are stacked up to the nines. Of course, first one being Jackpot. You saw their match before. You saw they went crazy, but we got cookies and cream on the other side. We got Max, Madness, we got Barry, we got Shadowin, we got Omega. This is literally good morning. This is absolutely insane. So seeing these players also playing into this match is just going to be absolutely mental.
This is probably a grand finals some people called, but this is going to be a really fun grand finals to watch. So even if you knew this might happen, this is going to be fun. And of course, I'm really excited to see Shadowin play, one of my favorite players. This is just full of good stuff. Do we have a map pool yet? I assume so.
Yeah, okay, yeah, I see where it is. I'm going to pick it up now. We have it here. We're starting out Tower Control Inkblot Art Academy. Remember, this is a best of 7, so they got to win 4 matches in order to take it here. But they're going to start out on something like Tower Blot, which I feel like it's a good map for Tower Control.
It's not only is it a good map for tower control, it's scrappy. It's short and I think it's a very fun map, but because it's short, there's a lot of weapon variations on teams, even meta variations that you'll see, but also it's going to allow us to really see what these teams are capable of because they're going to get right into it and slam into each other in some very aggressive situations. And I think with 2 top-level teams, it's really fun to watch. And then, of course, Rainmaker on Hagglefish we will be seeing as well. It's a standard one. We all know it. There's the skip. There's the side route. It's a beautiful map mode. Very competitive. Clamblitz on Museum we also will be guaranteed to see. That's a long one. I always like talking about that one because it's one of the Clamblitz modes where you win a fight and that doesn't necessarily always get you back to the enemy team's basket. There are some maps in Clamblitz where you get the wipe and you're guaranteed like, oh, you killed them? Yeah, you're going to be able to push in and score. Not so much on Museum. Not all the time. And I find that to be a very interesting map.
Yeah, no, it is just like, it's so easy on other maps, but here it's like, it's right near the spawn. So you just have to be really, really aggressive with specials and other stuff in order to push in and take that basket. And also at that point, you gotta hold that area and you gotta have somebody relaying clams back to you. It's just a train that needs to go in order to be effective on Clams Museum. And then after that, we got Zones Wahoo. I feel like it's an Zones map, of course, being Wahoo, but you know, when the plat is not, you know, basically a gap, it actually could work.
And not to mention, that is a map where if you do know how to break the zone, it is fairly competitive, and these teams definitely know how to break a zone like that. And then I get my tower control on Undertow Spillway. I won't suffer anyone else through that, of course. But for all of you tuning in, I know we got a lot of new people here. Splatoon tournaments are pretty wild. This is a very fast game. You get 5 minutes on the clock. So when you're used to Overwatch or Valorant, where games can take incredibly long times or single matches can take a bit, Splatoon's pretty quick. You're going to see players redeploying and jumping in really quick, trying to push advantages, players running away from fights when their team loses to try to get their team back in more efficiently. There's a lot going on here. So you guys are going to have a very good match on your hands. If this is your first time here, it's going to be a good time.
Yeah, no, if this is just your introduction to Splatoon competitive, you are about to be blown away because we got some top players here playing for you guys today. Of course, great stuff we've seen from them before, and you're just gonna see how fast-paced, how aggressive, how crazy Splatoon can truly be, especially now that we are in Splatoon 3. It is no longer the stay back, get special, pop special, go that Splatoon 2 was at the end of the game.
Yeah, it's aggressive. You have to make big decisions, fun decisions, and there's a lot of good counterplay. And also, if you're coming from other shooters, the movement. You Apex players are in for a treat. You have ways to swap directions quickly. Players move in and out of their squid and kid forms trying to fight. You get splat dualies that can roll. There's a lot that can go on here, and the counterplay and the zoning and the footsies, it gets pretty incredible. So it's definitely a treat. And again, all the players here, what's not to love? These are some of the best in the business, and of course we just got to see some of the likes of Leafy and Q and Jared popping off. Jackpot is just a stacked team, stacked group.
Yeah, no, it is really great to see. Just gonna be watching that gameplay. Of course, almost writing up. We have 20 seconds left on the clock for them to ready up. I see somebody saying we're putting off talking about Wahoo zones. I think
about Wahoo. We talked about mentioned
you missed it. You missed me talk about it, bro. You missed that conversation.
Listen, Wahoo World is a bit of a rough map on splat zones, but if both teams know how to play that map, I think it's pretty interesting. Do I think it's the healthiest map? No. But when two teams know the map, it's still very interesting, and I think it'll be a very competitive match then. I really hope we get there. If it's a 3-0, we won't, but... Oh, wait, is this first to 4 or first to 3? I think it's first to 4.
First to 4, best of 7. We're also seeing. I also see some of their Squid Up seeing first tournament. Yeah, you are not gonna be disappointed. But let's see what the comps we got here. Got the Junior, Machine, Charger, and Machine. And I think I repeated some words there. But we're seeing the double crab tank coming out from Jackpot again. Of course, gonna be pretty good at keeping pressure and being aggressive.
And you get to see splatter scopes here. Sometimes you'll see E-leaders being the longest range weapon in the game, but because this map is so short, you can get away with the faster splatter scope and splat charger, and both basically the same weapon. Scopes go a little further. Chargers can do charge holds, and Jackpot died.
Yeah, no, we saw Barry got the pick on Q, the other splat charger, and they just used that to push in so aggressively, taking that first check. Cookies and Cream are already at the second checkpoint. Jackpot has to scramble, try to figure out what to do here. They pick off the shot. They have 3 left, but that, in fact, is pretty much going to secure him that second checkpoint. As Max gets sniped by Q, it is just 1 left as Shadowwind is just trying to back up before they get smacked up, as Jared is taking that right stack there, trying to bomb out with their suction bombs. As we're seeing... Ooh!
Yeah, so that's 2 checkpoints down, though. That's a really great starting push. 2 players down the side of Cookies and Cream. Jackpot only 1 down. This is actually a really good fight for them. I love this. I was going to talk about the map and mode, but we got plays left and right. Good call out on that Ink Rail. Says, nah, you're not allowed to take that shortcut up here. Step back. Tower is moving, though. We're clearing the checkpoint now. For those of you who've never played Splatoon, this is a payload map. Very crystalline conflict. Very payloads from Overwatch. This is the push-pull mode, of course. And we have a Splat Junior on there who no longer has special, so they're not going to be able to use Bubble. Oh, and it just came up, actually, so they might be able to use that. Can Q get a shot here? Ooh. Great trade with the rockets. We'll take a rocket going down for a charger. That's fine.
Yeah, no, especially because Q has that respawn Punisher, but that is going to punish them both. So I'm not sure if Q is pretty happy. Yeah, you don't want to die when you have respawn archer. You want them to get picked off because it hurts you more than it does them. But we're seeing Barry here trying to push up. Has their impact at the ready, might use that to suck up the tower. As we're seeing them pop it out, trying to suck up any bombs they can see because they're just going to try to bomb stall. They're going to get the shot, but where are they going to go? Are they going to get any picks? Doesn't seem like gets anybody as Jared's crab tank is just about to run out and gets picked off by the Trizuka. As we were seeing Jackpot already got that first checkpoint now and already getting on that second checkpoint. This might be their comeback.
Yeah, nice shooting from Madness, but they gotta get them off the checkpoint, and that is going to be Leafy going down. They're going to be able to send this back towards mid. Let's see if Q can get any picks here. Trying to find some openings, tries to cancel that Booyah Bomb. Not going to get the pick at the end of that, of course. Okay, special up, that's Ink back. Again, it sucks up all enemy ink. It can give players debuffs if you're on top of them. And of course, if you're a cracked sniper, you can just pick off the entire enemy team before you pop it, and then have that as you push forward. It's very good in tower control. And this is Jackpot's second attempt to get a lead here. 2 minutes left on the clock.
Yeah, no, I think they can try to pull it off if they can. I heard a big bubbler get popped out. So we are seeing the crab tank coming out from Jared on that right side, getting good position. But it's just those two left. It is literally Q on the tower alone. Is nobody aggressing them, or do they have their ink back out? I'm not sure, but either way, they got picked off just before they could take lead. They don't have that check in the way anymore. So all they gotta do is ride that tower and they can get it, but ooh.
Leafy had just enough health to die there, or was just in the high damage range. I'm not sure which. Shadowwind on the point right now, trying to get some special. We want to get that bubbler again. That's going to get you some free score. Force players to have to rush you. Oh, is that Jared going down? Nope. Just my resolution getting lower. AE right now, moving in. Trying to find some picks. Hold this tower. Again, get that special charge bubbler in use right now.
Junior going down on the side of Cookies and Cream as we see AE have their Junior trying to get a splat bomb in there. It is one down on both sides. As we're seeing, Leafy trying to get on that ink rail, but can't try to find the pick, so they're going to back out. Here comes the ink back bust, and nothing being able to be found as Barry's just trying to keep their position. They literally just have to keep their position, and they win.
I'm not sure if that...
back here.
And I'm not sure if that ink fact was really good. It didn't really get anything started. And then you have to be careful because that means that Jackpot has the specials and back to kind of get this pressure. And look at them. They're taking a lead. They're moving to the next checkpoint. And Cookies and Cream now has to hold with nothing left in the tank right now. They're going to have to get those specials. We almost have a bubbler, but you got to get a kill shortly. But I don't think it's enough. Oh, big bubbler will help push it in. Jackpot, what a play there. That got me so nervous. That ink fac, it was just used really aggressively, prematurely. There was only one person on the point. They popped ink fac. Yeah, it got them off, but then Jackpot had all the specials in the world and just that wonderful splat bomb and all the picks they got, and they just got to walk it in at the end there. I'm not sure if that was the mistake, but it seemed like a pretty big one.
As you saw there, they were able to pick off enough members of Cookies and Cream to get that aggressive pick. And then after that last checkpoint, we saw the Junior just put a big bubble on the tower saying, yeah, no, it's GG's. You're not getting anything, and it is our game. As we're seeing Jackpot take that first match. And of course, now, once we're done with tower control, we are going on to, I think it was Rainmaker, Rainmaker Hagglefish. I was having a brain fart. But yeah, we're going on the classic Rainmaker Haggle. We've seen a lot of top teams really pushing that left checkpoint because mid, everybody knows about that jump that gets you from 60 to 20 or like 30 basically. That jump is so valuable that teams know that now, so they're literally just watching that mid checkpoint. You want to...
so wide. Like, how do you get through that when everyone knows? So they end up going the left side, which is a bit more choked, but we've seen it. We've seen players make that work in Rainmaker. It gets the job done sometimes. If you can get a pick or two, play the cover well, you can make it through.
Yeah, you just make it through and be able to just... Once you get that checkpoint, that is literally GG's unless the other team can have a really aggressive play and match that. But as we are moving on here, we are starting to see some comps. What do we have? We are seeing pretty much the same thing, but we have a Splash-O-Matic on their side instead of the Junior. But on the side of Jackpot, we got a really nice comp. I'm seeing the zap. Of course, I'm loving that tactic cooler. And Q switching off their chargers and actually going for that Flingza.
Wingza, of course, has Tentamissiles, one of the stronger specials in the game. It'll break up an entire enemy team, and the NZAP, the Tacticooler, for all of you who are new, it gives you an almost instant respawn. You keep all your special charge when you die, and it makes you move faster, which can be pivotal for moving a Rainmaker. Goodness me, there's so many people dead right now. Cookies and Cream getting it to 64, almost getting that left side checkpoint. Great stuff. But it's going to be Jackpot taking control of the map right now. They have tanks, they got specials. Let's see if they can make it happen. Oh no, that's a really unfortunate trade. They lose their missiles. It's just Jared on tank right now. They're going to have to cause a bit of a distraction. Good use of using that ball form.
And you're seeing here the Tacticooler is coming out to play, which signifies Jackpot is like, all right, it is time to pick up this Rainmaker. As we see the Zap picking it up, and the other team members are trying to pave a way, but Jared is going to be picked off here. Leafy too, it is not looking good, but they get to check either way. They were not keeping an eye on that Rainmaker good enough.
Yeah, and again, that extra swim speed, if you get that Tacticooler buff, makes a difference. You're not expecting the Rainmaker player to be hauling butt over to a point. Oh my god, I'm not actually sure. Q must have gotten a Tentamissile kill there on the backside. Oh
yeah.
Goodness, that Fizzy Bomb blowing up 3 times. You'll die if you get hit by all of them. Very strong special. Living right now. Of course, Cookies and Cream trying to get control of this Rainmaker. They have specials on deck. They could certainly pop them now and get some pressure started and push back, but Tentamissiles farmed back up from .Q. It's going to give them some pressure. Booyah Bomb coming out from Cookies and Cream. 1 player goes down, 2 players on the side of Jackpot. Well, 2 players on the side of Cookies and Cream.
Yeah, we got that Tacticooler at the ready though. Another thing is with the Zap, you literally want to go from support to Slayer once you get that. As Shadow and Leafy are having a great fight, but Leafy's going to take that 3 down on Cookies and Cream. Can they get the skip? They get the skip! They got it down to 20. They're just trying to pave the way. 2 down. They're getting it to 6. They just got to get out of here, but they can. But they got it all the way down to 2. It is going to be really hard as, again, so many going down.
Oh my god, but Leafy's just going to town! There is still so much pressure. That's going to be the respawn coming in from AE. Jared's here. This is going to almost go in. They got it to 1. That's kind of a tragedy. That means they were about to get to the point where they lock it in, but they're still alive. Q is going to go for the dunk and goes down at 1 again. Oh my god, but Leafy's still alive. The redeploys are going to come in. AE dies to the splat, the explosion from the shield. Leafy grabs it and dies it what I think counts as 3 or 2. Again, what is this match so far?
Yeah, and there's Jared, the last person right there. That was absolutely insane, just watching them push up one after the other, getting it down to 1. The only hope that Cookies and Cream has is literally to knock out, as they actually have all their specials here and have already taken down Leafy. They're using them here. They want to use them here. We're seeing the Crab Tank coming out to start off with. They still have 3 more specials, but Jared is making sure that there is no Booyah Bomb to be played in their push. But that does not matter, as Jared is going to go down, and we're seeing one of their players, the Splash, who has already spent their special, taking it down. Tryzuka coming out, not really finding anybody, as Leafy is going to go down. It is a shot for a shot. Tentamissiles pushing them back here. It is not looking good, as Jared is going to try to push it and then gets the Rainmaker and the machine.
Perry on a roll right now. They get a pick on AE. They help get an assist there, but Q coming in, gonna wipe that one up. This is actually horrible news. Jackpot is gonna be able to make a play here. And they have controlled the map, and it looks like they're on a tear on the spawn side of things. If they can keep them held back, they have another chance at their NBA Jam session here on this final pedestal.
Yeah, they have one more chance at this, but we were just gonna have to wait and see if they do it. As we see, the Zap is playing more back, but the shot managed to escape, but not quite. They get picked off by something, as the Charger is gonna pick them off. Barry getting that canopy area, really good for them. Gets Jared with a clean snipe. As we see, they still have their ink vac at the ready, but of course, not the right time to use it, as the Crab Tank is gonna pretty much expire from Shadowin. You're gonna take it now. They just used their special.
No.
As they still need to secure a check. As they do go down. Everybody's going down, which it's really good they got that check, but it's the last 16 seconds. They want their members alive, and getting Booyah canceled by the Zap. it ain't looking too hot for them as they got to make their way back over to the enemy base, which doesn't look like it's happening as we see the shot going down, Leafy going down, but it is not enough as Jackpot had just the right aggression with the Tacticooler, with the Zap, with Jared and Leafy too, in order to take it and moving on to a game 3. Cookies and Cream gotta find what they need to find in order to run it back, because if they don't run it back right now, they have to do a reverse sweep against Jackpot.
Which is not easy, of course. Jackpot, one of the best in the business, a very hard team to fight. And you want to stop that momentum as soon as you can. You do not want to be put in a situation where your back's against the wall. Can I just tell you how amusing it was to watch what looked like an NBA session of just a dunk competition as everyone and their mother was taking their shot at trying to put the Rainmaker down on the final checkpoint? I could have watched that for the rest of my life.
Yeah, no, that was honestly just beautiful to watch as you just saw everybody just dunking on each other. That push that Jackpot had there, that was just so aggressive, but they just kept jumping in one after the other, getting picks on Cookies and Cream. But of course, now we're moving on to Clamblitz Museum. Of course, that the not the one and done thing. So we're gonna see how these teams play on this map mode.
And again, this is a famous map because outside of maybe your first push, if you end up getting wiped on, like let's say the enemy team is scoring on you and you wipe them and they're in your base and you just wiped, now you gotta run all the way to the enemy base and they will redeploy and be up and ready to fight. You won't be able to get a score in typically. You'll only be able to get positioned for a fight, and it's a difficult fight because there's a lot of cover and a lot of high ground that the enemy team can play around. So this is a tricky one that's gonna really test players' abilities. And we've seen it all. We've seen people doing some Spider-Man holds on some of the upper ground, like some of the rotating art pieces. I've seen players sharking in the strangest of places, snipes from downtown, grenade tosses and bounces off the walls. It's just, this map can be quite chaotic for trying to score.
Yeah, no, it is really chaotic. But if either team gets that really good push and that really good chain going on with the clams, that could end in them just easily taking the match. But of course, we're gonna have to see what the comps are going to start off with on the side. On this side here, we got the E leader coming out from Barry, their staple, but of course Q taking out that leader too. Each team also having a shot and a junior, but Jared is going for the splat dualies while Max prefers the machine. So pretty similar comps, but we're just gonna have to see, is it the dually comp or the machine comp? But the machine goes down immediately!
My goodness, I wasn't expecting that. I'm hoping to see Barry get some nice plays here. Their snipes were on point last match, but unfortunately Leafy finds them playing the cover and gets a very quick pick. I mean, again, what else do you expect from Leafy? No, now we're on the chase right now trying to get a pickup. Can we fight Jared? Oh, only needed one more, but the sniper comes in. .Q, always there to help. And again, we were talking about that earlier, having a nice sniper or AR player for you COD people watching your back. It's always a nice feeling. As they got a power clam right now, they're going to be able to score if they can get close enough. Oh, what a shot. Barry on top of it, hiding that charger laser, keeping it clean. See if you can find another pick here. You don't want Jared to get too set up on that crab tank. Leafy knows, but doesn't get the kill this time. But Barry's been called out. Still alive here, but what a shot. .Q got into position immediately. AE's now going to be able to throw the ball. There's your first 20 points. Let's see how much they can score.
Yeah, no, already getting one clam in. They get the pick on Max, but Jared goes down to the Trizuka that has just expired. Q was trying to stay safe in a good spot, but Barry was able to snipe him again with the leader. As we were seeing, they have eyes on Leafy, but can't seem to get that pick, as Leafy is going to basically run away and get picked off by somebody. Oh, I'm sorry, that was Jared. My eyes are blind. As we were seeing 3 down on the side of Jackpot. This is their chance to push. It's just, never mind, it's not just the leader, it is down for everyone. This is their perfect time to push. This is their moment. They have the big bubbler on that podium. They get the lead. They're getting the clams. This is their chance to shine. Barry does have 5.
Oh my goodness! The pressure!
47.
And then look at this! Look at this, 41-38! I mean, I think, is that it? Please, my heart. What an opening score from them. The clapback is insane. This is such a competitive map, and this is one of the best teams in the business, and Cookies and Cream is doing a great job on this front line. Oh, and we get the splat on Jared. That's huge for Max. Oh, and they didn't die to the splat bomb. Press 1 in chat if you would have died to that splat bomb. That's me.
No, I wouldn't say it's me, except if I'm playing Dynamo. But Q does get picked off from Max as AE is just trying to stay back. It is still 2 down. It is just Leafy. Never mind, Leafy gets tri-canceled. That is not good. As Barry is keeping that spinner area, trying to get picks. Knows where Q is and sees the Junior trying to push up to them. Gets a little damage from that splat bomb, but basically just brushes it off as Shadowwood is waiting for the perfect opportunity to push in, which is now or never. But doesn't get it. Gets picked off. Not looking good right now for the side of Cookies and Cream as they narrowly avoid a bomb. Q going in that last side, they're all pretty much on left as Madness sees that, but gets picked off 2 down. They all have their specials ready, and the Junior has 6 clams. They almost have it. They're
one more
building those clams.
And this is Jared setting up. This is their moment. This is the turn. We're seeing the side swap. Can Jared hold down the crab tank and get a score like before? They need this. They need to do a pretty good job on this point. They don't have much of a penalty to go through, so it should be pretty easy for them to break here. But look at this lineup. The defense here is crazy, and that bubbler player goes down immediately before the invulnerability of the bubbler can save them. This is rough. Now I do see Cookies and Cream. They're all set up here. Is Jackpot gonna have to back out of here at him?
They might have to. It is not looking good for them right now to do much of anything. As we were seeing the Booyah Bomb coming out, going out on that mid side, seeing the Big Bubbler too on that spinner. They do have really good positions. As we're seeing here, the Junior on the right side, trying to keep their ground. Getting that really good snipe on Barry as they're taking back that spinner basically from Barry. As we're seeing 3 down on Cookies and Cream, it's just the splatter shot here. As we're seeing some friends trying to come in, they are going to score though, but they don't have enough in order to take it back. It is just Q with clams, Leafy with them, but they can't find a way in. Leafy is trying, gets some in, gets 2, maybe that's the way in, but no, still 2 down. It is just the Junior and the shot, and Leafy was trying to throw some in, but couldn't find enough range in order to get it, as AE is going to go down. It is not looking good. Last 20 seconds. It is really not good for Leafy right now and Jackpot, as they gotta find a way in. They gotta find a way to score, and they gotta find a way to get lead.
And that's the thing, is they have ball. Overtime's gonna start ripping. They're gonna have a couple more seconds to work with here. They gotta make this push count, and they're in position for it. We have a Junior special that's gonna allow them some free room. Survive that Booyah Bomb, and you'll be fine. But one player does go down. Let's see if they can get it. Jared's gonna try to find a pick here. Manages to live. They break the barrier. Oh, dear me. That's too many players down from Cookies and Cream. Oh. Jackpot on a dream. Turns it around. That's gonna take the wind right out of your sails if you're Cookies and Cream. Jackpot with a 1-point lead. Takes that in overtime. They're 1 point away from winning this tournament.
Yeah, no, that was a really good comeback from Jackpot. It was not looking good for them, but they found a way to come in, get the clams, get the picks, and take it. As we were moving on to what could be the final match of the set, Splat Zones, Wahoo World. We are ending it off here.
Potentially, we're going to talk about this? Where are you? Where are you in chat? No, don't out yourself. You're fine. I love you. Wahoo World Splat Zones. The reason this map gets a bad rap is if you don't have a correct composition or the knowledge to how to break and flank into this map, it's brutal. It's a very hard zone to break. I've seen so many knockouts here, both in my own ranked matches, in watching other people scrim, tournament, you name it. It's knockout city if you don't know what you're doing. However, if you know what you're doing, it can be a really, really big scramble for mid. Players going down left and right, struggling to hold the zone up long enough as they're like 1 or 2 of their last team remaining on the point. It'll get very competitive. It's just not a very beginner-friendly map. So for anyone who's new to competitive Splatoon, you could even be an S+ player who's, got your game plan down, you land your shots and everything, and you probably still don't know how to play Wahoo Worlds correctly. Because with a coordinated team, it's a bit of a different game here, where there are other maps that are much easier to tackle as a new team, for instance, that you'll be fine on.
Yeah. with Wahoo World also, it's just like, it's of course clunky. This feels the least clunky because you're literally just fighting for that zone in mid, but you just want to make sure that you have the right path with what position you want to take, and you're easily able to aggress. Junior is going to be a really good play here, as it's got that big bubbler, which literally just blocks out the entirety of the enemy plat. So say like you're trying to push in, you put the big bubbler right on their plat entrance to the mid zone. They can't find a way in because that's the main way you get into the zone. And that's going to be really hard to do if they have, if they have that right there. But we're going in here, we see some comps, of course the machine pretty much unchanging for the side of Cookies and Cream. And on the side of Jackpot, we're seeing the shot getting traded for the splash. And of course the splat charger coming back out to getting that ink back double crab bubbler combo.
So there is a concern here. You have Jared just exploded. It's that there's an E-liter and a splatter scope. The difference is that the E-liter shoots much, much further. And that is something you have to be concerned about. But due to the way Wahoo World works, the splatter scope's gonna have a more aggressive plays to make on that zone. So that might work out really well for Jackpot if they get into position. But of course, Cookies and Cream with the first lead here, that's gonna be, you're gonna have to break this point first.
Leafy already going in with that crab tank, gets a pick on Max, seeing Shadow and trying to aggress there, but of course the big bubble are going to keep him out as Jackpot is going to take this going back, and they're going to try to take back Leafy here. Gets the pick on Leafy, easy with the splash.
Look at that shot, Leafy! Like, I just want to know how Leafy knew.
Leafy just knew, he just had that hindsight. But as we're seeing, Booyah Bomb coming out, but Q is just trying to suck it up, and not enough. They get encapsulated by that Booyah Bomb, as we're seeing 2 down on the side of Jackpot, as Cookies and Cream are trying to paint that zone, but they have to outpaint a crab tank, which isn't the easiest job. But Madness is trying to find the flank, but Leafy shuts that down. Big Bubba coming out, keeping protection of Q as AE is just trying to push in. Jared getting picked off on that left side. It seems Cookies and Cream are trying to push in from that left. 2 down from Jackpot, as we are seeing the Booyah Bomb already coming out. It is special time for Cookies and Cream as they take back the zone.
I don't know how Barry finds these shots. Barry's winning close quarters E-liter fights, and I don't know how. It's been beautiful. Oh, that's a really rough vacuum deal with Max. Gonna jump out there. Better to stay alive than approach from that kind of garbage angle. It's probably the easiest, the hardest flank of your life there. Everyone knows you're there. Madness, sharking it out right now. Knows where Jared is. Gonna try to get this pick on Leafy. And the hardest thing in the world is turning when you're in that tank. Gets the pick on Leafy. That might be good enough to get into zone, but they gotta get in soon. Oh, they lost control. Cookies and Cream back on point, but not for long. There's a big splat coming through. Jackpot finding everyone they need to find. .Q on point once again. That splatter scope charges so fast. It's real nice. You can't do charge holds with the scope, but it's still faster than an E-liter 4K. Uh-oh, Fizzy Bomb, we're living.
Yeah, no, I hear a crab tank coming out once again from Leafy, keeping that pressure on, making sure nobody thinks of aggressing them, as Jared is on that left side pretty much alone, watching their team get pushed. Jared really just been on their own here, just trying to be a silent ninja. But of course they're going to get pushed back here. Couldn't find the right role, as Cookies and Cream is going to take the zone back, trying to take back lead, but they're going to go 2 down. It is just Junior and Leader. Not looking good. Jared coming with that crab tank. Again, that pressure, which is going to be very vital. Nobody is thinking on going on their plat now, but that doesn't matter as AE gets picked off. But what was it by? Jared too. There is a silent assassin going around right now, as we see Leafy is trying to fight this Junior, but it's not looking really good. But they don't care. They're going for that flank. Narrowly missed that ink mine. Takes Barry out, but they are really weak as Madness has just easily taken him out. Barry got the revenge with that wave breaker, which put a good amount of damage on Leafy, as we're seeing the ink bag pretty easily taking the zone back for Jackpot.
Leafy, unfortunately, there is good of a ninja as they were really bad at jump rope. Died of the wave breaker there. Max now, though, putting some work in with the slosh machine, does get that assist on Jared. That's good. That's one of those players out as they get these redeploys in. If you could take out Leafy, that'd be great. Oh no, gonna make the rush to Barry and manages to get Barry. You've got to keep Barry safe. Barry's been so pivotal as the getting picks for your team. That's a huge play from Leafy. Leafy's just gonna sit here, cause some problems in the ink in the crab tank. Not gonna let Shadow win start. Oh, nice shot from the rocket launcher. You need this. 5 points remain, and we're in control. Cookies and Cream, is this enough to make your comeback? You gotta make your stand here. You bought yourself some nice penalty points, but goodness me, you gotta win some of these fights. AE playing it rough with that bubbler, getting it down and down. Q and looking good with this position. This is looking hard if you're Cookies and Cream, and you gotta win now.
So we see Barry pretty much gets a trade on Jared. It is 2 down though. Just the Junior and the Machine. Machine opting to use that Booyah Bomb to at least save them some time.
Ooh.
They're gonna go down to the Splat Bomb as Q is pushing up, sucking them off, trying to get that load. One is over, and Jackpot are the champions.
My God, it was a good fight. Cookies and Cream trying to hold on at the end there, but Jackpot just on another level. We say it all the time about them, but they prove it time and time again, and the stats don't lie. Jackpot is one of the best teams out there. All 4 of these players, some of the best in the world, if you ask me. It's just beautiful the way they worked. But let's be real here. Cookies and Cream had some fantastic plays, and oh my goodness, Barry made some of the shots of my life. I'm so impressed with the play there, but it was smart for Leafy to start single-mindedly chasing them down as it stopped so much of their pressure. Well done from Jackpot. 4-0, cleaning this tournament up. But chat, please, we got some credits coming up. Elemental and all the staff here worked super hard on this tournament. I hope you guys had as much fun as we did enjoying this bracket. NM, where can the people find you?
People can find me over at, of course, Twitter and Twitch at Ninstar123. I might be doing I will be doing a stream at 8 o'clock, but I am between 2 topics. I'm either going to do some more solo queue and Splatoon, grinding up for Speed Ladder, or I'm going to do this Sonic fan game I saw earlier today on YouTube called Big's Big World. It looks interesting. I want to do a playthrough of that on stream. So I'll decide on that in the next hour. But of course, where can people find you, Bowser?
Yo, what's good, everyone? My name is Bowser. My handle's X45X everywhere on TikTok, on YouTube, X45X, and I'm a professional commentator. This is what I do. Whether it's Smash Brothers, whether it's Guilty Gear, Splatoon, Overwatch recently, Valorant. I love talking about games, the theory, and all of that stuff. So if you want to have a good chat, stop on my stream sometime or stop on my YouTube channel where I love talking about this stuff. But we got some credits to roll. Thank you all so much. Thank you to the TOs, to production. You're all wonderful people. Splatoon GG. We love you. We'll see you all soon.